Oyat Eshnamt, aye.
Good morning, everybody. This is the Budget and Finance Committee budget hearing. Today we're doing revisit. We have two budget legislations that are tabled, and we need to get those recalled, and then we have other business matters to take care of, and then we'll start constructing the budget legislation for the comprehensive budget. So, how many Budget and Finance Committee members are on the call, please?
This is Jamie.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. This is Delegate Brown.
Good morning, Shiraz.
Good morning.
Chair Ramona and I are here this morning waiting.
Good morning, Peggy. Good morning, Ramona. Just need two more, and we can begin this show here. Good morning, Buster. Good morning. Good morning, Vice Chair Smith. So far, 3 of us on the line. NFL kicks off tonight.
Good morning. That's it. And this is Delegate Rick Nez.
Yeah, Chairman Nez, good to hear your voice again.
Oh, that's it.
I hope we get down early next year. I'm down there, I'm just looking at the hillside at the window here. It's full of pinyon trees. I'm just wondering, wonder how much money is in those trees right there.
Yellow hair on the line, delegate from Black Mesa.
Yeah, so Ramona. Ramona, you do roll call for us?
Sure. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Validation Council, comprehensive budget hearing, December 2020, hearing number, notification fee. Jamie Hino, and your location, please.
I'm present here in Rama, New Mexico.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr. Raymond Smith Jr. Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Good morning, Window Rock, Arizona, where I at right now. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Yellow Hair. Thank you. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. Amber Kenneth Crotty.
Oh, yeah, it's Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty. I'm calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Nathaniel Brown.
This is too. Delegate Brown here from Denahukto, Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Thank you, Shadeja. Chairman, we have 4 members present.
Vice Chair Smith here.
Okay, thank you, Janella. What's your location, please?
Just on for now.
Okay, thank you, Janella. Chairman, we have 5 members present.
Okay, Shanette, thank you for that roll call, Ramona. And I believe we do have Shananta, Chairman Rick Nez with RDC here, and Lamardo Ezra, I heard him earlier. So let's get back into order out of recess. We had a motion and second for a recess yesterday, and I'll need a motion to get out of recess, committee members.
Yellow hair.
Brown,
I'll take some yellow hair.
Addition, motion by Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown to exit recess and come back to order. Second by Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. With that, let's take a roll call vote. Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. hearing Sagiko. Shnada, Chairman Rick Nez, you're still with us.
Sure. Abiga, that is our heads of prayer. Yardi, Nate, deal thing. Nate, Nehrigan, God. Aganaho Ara Hunlo, Nahonits, and Toledo Yont, Eden Higgin Lenny. Yat Ehokon, in a ben Hikijeskeo. Tahini Nado in a bed and Iltiha Quitch. What's that Nulgay? Nehulon, Ben Nahonits, and do. Ben kissing to le ashore and a joy stone cheek stone with adole. He can't get hala, etenitla. At gate good obiga the hotza. Evening a nata init le halan e hanketan la. Ro yat echo. Niketana Naha is in the leben nature. Panahit aro joyat eho. Nahat ahaki hashtag hadon nislana nitsen ashhor behnikan lige. Ehe hota nahatin aro nahat sitan kes akwich nilchebe inda hititsi to nichinya ta halloron hinan to artsona konpe niketligo tahini nanla. Aido hota era slave jenda hinna rahjo pagon ta klepokanda tendo the change it's one lash ordered about in a pa, and that has Twido son in Astar's later. Ada Haya, the shint of the had stayed out. Just some both that is in garden, the shade like glass of shadow, glass of Madanson. And the Tashin, the Stash, all the Adishin has come there. And the case over Chavi, one let Oya at in nature, and that talk can't lead or less. And that not any based on an arts cover one speaker though. And that Nishido, our President Nez, the Vice President Lizer, and Jay can not pay not any than Lenny Kudo. Ashhorn, you get one zone later, it or shame based on that limited on and and the best on each. That is near could watch they need or less. You get one lash order. And that the corner in Jenigan hit COVID-19 the no. Zaga but it's on the one left on half in Ashmore. The never that is not Lenido, Nahabas Honda. Nancy Toya at Coronas. Kemahit Lego. Nane cut on Hashin the best hidden sna, Nakin can go. Although you aren't Eden hitting Lene, Koya at Eho, Nika and the Haskin. Husband one loniki and Kudashi Nana cheat of Hodina, Sahoida de cheat the what Ege the Nation today case in the Doba Shetnitson. A hand near art squatcher. And the Tanda yield Zihan Skodoyonit era. He had a hot Lenny Korobe, the ideal Chon Linka Sata. إذا شكله هرانيت إذا نيتسن تسعته الله يشتيت أو عندته برو خد إيقظة من سدي كيسكو هذا نيتسن دا يلزي نبايت عندنا نهيس آج هنده هون خانش إتاشكوده نكن سكستون هيجي بتزيلو إنسان أشكوده كويتش أرو هي ناندي نيرو هتاو إن بين هيك جسليكي الحنيت لنيشين كورون كيخون لو ياتيهو نحط أهجيش ترى نيشين جيرو ليخون تكون جهجو بعدين ننجب نشوف Jesus Christ Amen.
Gashik ya national da Chairman Nez. Kuno Khasadin Zunigi, Ibnacha Ayab, Akihilinko. Ado Che, Vice Chair Odo Sodo, earlier he announced he was on the line with us. So it's good to hear his voice there too.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning, Che. Ado Sinanta, do we have a Health Education and Human Services Committee representative on the line? Do we have Health Education and Human Services Chairman Daniel So or Vice Chair Slater? Okay. What about our Chief Legislative Counsel, Principal Attorney Kristen Lowe? Are you here?
Good morning, Chair. I am on the line.
Good. Good morning. And do we have our Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, Chair Henio. This is Ajwa. I'm on the line.
Oh, good morning. And do we have Office of Management and Budget on the line?
Good morning. This is Dominic Pial.
Good morning, Dominic. Do we have our Office of the Controller on the line, Ms. Perlinkirk, staff? Our Controller, Ms. Perlinkirk?
Che, Honorable Jamie Henio. I'm on the call. This is Delegate Daniel So.
Good morning, Chairman Daniel So. Good to hear you. Let's move forward then. We have everybody here. So, Kudoya Shnada, today, revisits. Manati Bandi Katu. Three legislations that were moved forward for revisits. Two were tabled. Because of lost quorum, we decided just to move it forward for revisit to hear from the controller, which is the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office, Ms. Pauline Thomas. And so far, hopefully we get the controller on the call here soon so we can have a dialogue with her regarding that program. But Mr. Leonardo Ezra has been patiently waiting for the committee. So committee members, Peggy, would you give us information on the General Services program as far as the Health Education and Human Services legislation, a little background for the committee and for the record? Peggy, are you there?
Yes, Chair, I am. I was just getting my things together.
Okay.
AGHSCAU-14-20 is a resolution of the Health Education and Human Services Committee, and this was for the FY 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. And on September, let's see here. I thought I had it all together here. On September the 2nd, the Budget and Finance Committee tabled, or actually, Nathaniel Brown holds the motion, the main motion, and Jimmy Yellowhair holds the second. And this was tabled by Chairman Henio and seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair, I'm sorry, with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And it was primarily to fix the exhibits A through E. And so you just need to recall this to the from the table and then do the final vote, Mr. Chair.
Gashina, thank you for that background information. Committee members, is there a motion to recall resolution HESC 14-20?
Vice Chair Smith, motion.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Yellowhair.
Thank you, Vice Shananta. Delegate Yellow Hair. With that, I'll call for a vote. Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Yeah.
Shananta. Vice Chair Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
No, Shananta. Delegate Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Shananta. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Shananta. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Okay, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, Delegate Elmer P. Begay not voting. This most matter is back before the committee. Recall, tabling vote. With this, we do have Chairman Daniel So for Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and also our General Services Division Director, Mr. Lermado Azret, on the line with us, and Che. The table, the exhibit C, the George case in the London. Even the table to work with OMB to bring those forms back up before the committee in order. So, I'll give you the floor, Che. Chairman Daniel So, on behalf of the Government Services Program.
Well, I was on mute. Suche. Ado Sicily. Ado Shamato, Shajato, Shichi, Sicily. Honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Ado Bahojoni ki nada hakin. Ado kon I see by Chief Winter. Ado Bahojoni ki sto ki nas ajo nahat aki hindel nasto nahat aki nas. Deni ko kage yat nicht die do listo kage. Seja Lermado Azret kage. Sato na nashing iniki Chief Winton. So sato isabin da anashigi be khalla do ligi epidadil khal. So naste. Niet een jeet, Gandal zie je dat. Dat toch. Zo in zijn doorlijk in zaken kees ik het niet het deel. In door niet het dan wat aan je zitten. Without Senator Hasito Listo, Honorable Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee and the distinguished members, legislative staff, and staff from OMB, and so we're here to basically request your approval to go forward with what has been presented. And one of the indications was from the committee was to Mr. Azret was to also put forward a strategy on what the additional funds that he needed. And so those are some things that
Mr. Azret will present forward. And we appreciate the fact that you caught the numbers that were not in concert with what OMB had presented. And we're thankful that you've caught that mistake in the numbers. So we appreciate that. And I just want to just relay that the committee also revisited and had asked for these numbers to be corrected. And in the final push, I don't think we caught those changes. So we appreciate the committee consideration, tabling, revisit, and then we go forward with the approval. With that, Shache, Honorable Chair, that would be my statement in support of the division budget.
Speaker Chair, Chairman Daniel So, Mr. Azret, you have the floor to present to the Budget and Finance Committee on the revisit of this legislation.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee. First thing I want to do is thank Honorable Chair Daniel So, staff. I also like to say thank you to Honorable Chairperson Jamie Henio, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Amber Crotty, and Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Ben do Shahe. Ben iso shat na ado ashini Jordan no ni do she Jordan ni do. Again, thank you. Thank you for giving me the time to give you my review of the budget exhibits. And after I'm completed, I'd like to know if I can continue on some of the other budgets that we did not attempt to review. And we'll give a small synopsis on some of the carryovers. 18 Division of General Services, we have 9 business units, and as I mentioned before, we have Naval Air Transportation, Department of Information Technology, Employee Housing, Facility Maintenance, Fleet Management, Insurance Services Department, Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities, Navajo Transit System, and Records Management. Resolution HEHSCAU-14-20. Exhibits corrected. So what we did is we corrected everything. We gave copies to OMB, and I'm hoping that you have copies in front of you. Or if I may, I'll just go ahead and go through the exhibits where we made changes or corrected, and we'll go from there unless you want the whole exhibits read into record.
Okay, Mr. Azret, let's set a few pause for a little bit. Peggy, have you received those corrected exhibits for the budget forms?
Yes, Chair, I did receive them yesterday, and I thought I emailed them out to the committee yesterday after I received them.
Okay, committee members, do you have copies of the exhibits?
Hello, Chair. This is Delegate Yellowhair. Yesterday, we had to finish Chair Stiletto, Ani, the other council that coming in for the budget budget to FY 2021. Again, so Kayatash Natani. Shay Binder the and need Monday at Eget Machine Toya Hahoya that it hard that it has it on this budget. It not a binder, it is a correction stuff concern. It wants to Chair, Honorable Henio. But I'll just keep going. Let's see what kind of documents I have this binder. I will go ahead and just listen to the general services coming for the budget. Yeah, so turn back to you, Chair.
Chair. Thank you, Peggy.
If I may.
Go ahead.
I think that since the budget, and maybe Kristen can go ahead and advise the committee about changing exhibits and all that, how to proceed on this question before you.
Okay, with that, our legislative counsel, Ms. Kristen Lowe.
Chair, this is Kristen. What was the actual question? I'm not clear on that, please.
If you could explain the fact that Budget and Finance Committee can't change the HEAU-14-20, the resolution before us and the exhibits, just that we need to correct the record, and I'm not sure how you want to proceed on this. If you want to just have them accept the A through E exhibits. So how do we proceed? That's what I was asking.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, in answer to Ms. Naka's question, so there have been more than a couple of situations where it became apparent after the resolutions were closed that the proper completed exhibits were not included with the resolution. You'll recall the situation that we had last week with NDOT, and this sounds like a similar situation. And in that situation, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and I want to stress that it was the Office of Legislative Counsel. This was not something that is my own interpretation. This is something that was discussed with the entire Office of Legislative Counsel and the concurrence of the Chief Legislative Counsel. It was determined that the best course of action under the circumstances would be to leave the oversight resolutions the way they were, and that as long as the Office of Management and Budget had the correct exhibits and the correct information to move forward with the preparation of the comprehensive budget, that was sufficient. The rationale for this is that the Office of Legislative Counsel realizes that once the legislation leaves the Oversight Committee, it comes to the Budget and Finance Committee for recommendation and possible changes that go into the comprehensive budget. So the legislation from the Oversight Committee is the Oversight Committee approving and then making a recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee. At that point, the Budget and Finance Committee can make additional changes that the Oversight Committee did not make. So for those reasons, we recognize that changes from the Oversight Committee legislation into the comprehensive budget legislation are going to exist. So it was determined that the best course of action would be not to issue corrections to the Oversight Committee exhibit. As far as amendments to legislation, so just like any other legislation, you can do amendments, and amendments is a legal legally significant term. When we talk about amending a resolution, the resolution is open. That means that further action can be taken on it. And we get a motion, we get a second, we have a committee vote on it. And from there, changes are made to the document of the resolution, and then it's finalized, and then it's closed. So if we're using the term amendment in a legally significant way, it's different than just, oh, we're changing the numbers. So I want to make clear again that once a resolution is closed, so for example, a HES resolution, it's been closed by the Office of Legislative Services. It can't be any further amended, not even by HES, but definitely not by the Budget and Finance Committee. It wouldn't make sense for the Budget and Finance Committee to be able to amend a resolution that is not only closed, but that HES had final authority on. Chair and members of the committee.
So, Kristen, this is what we can do here is accept the revised budget forms and then move them along as part of the budget legislation that will be developed. That's what we're going to be doing today, right?
Chair, yes, that's correct. The Budget and Finance Committee can certainly review the documents. They can use the documents in terms of deciding what, if any, changes, requests for modification of budget forms. So keeping in mind that the exhibits to the Oversight Committee resolution are different than the budget forms. So the Oversight Committee exhibits can be used as an overview to look at the division as a whole. And then from there, the breakdown in the budget forms gives you a little bit more detail. So you can certainly look at and consider the revised, updated forms and make decisions from there accordingly, Chair.
Okay, with that, back to the question is, all committee members, have you received the revised forms from Division of General Services? I'm not hearing any, so I believe everybody has it. So, Mr. Azra, if you would go over the changes to the budget forms that Budget Finance had requested, so we can include them as part of the legislation that would be developed, the corrected forms again.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. I will go through Exhibit A through E and read that so I can read that into record. Exhibit A, the corrections were on from the top down fiscal year 2020 general fund budget at the bottom total. The corrected total is $78,667,588. Go all the way to the right. It says total. Corrected amount, the second one from the bottom. The corrected amount is $14,208,830. And the total, complete total, would be $98,335,250. That's the corrections on Exhibit A. Exhibit B, we inputted on column D, all of the Oversight Committee recommended fiscal year 2021 general fund budget. We just moved over the proposed budget. So the numbers on general services is $354,629. Insurance Services Department, $126,421. ISD Safety Loss Control is 0. Telecommunication and Utilities Department is $251,807. Navajo Air Transportation, $557,763. Facilities Maintenance Department, $1,200,198. Department of Information Technology, $1,580,458. Records Management Department, $99,248. Total is $4,170,524. That's the corrections on Exhibit B. Going to Exhibit C. The only thing that we put on this was on the general services to cover all of the departments. No changes made by HEHSC. That is the only insert that we put. Exhibit D.
Chair Henio? Yeah, I'll say point of order right here because of, I have my binder that, I think this is the original binder that was made, and I have that copy with me, but some numbers that won't coincide. And when was this correction has been sent from our advisor, Peggy Nakai? I'm looking through my email information. When was this correction was sent to a Budget Finance Committee? Of course, everybody has it. I'm looking for it, but I can't find it.
That was my question to the committee. See if they had received any type of email regarding this today, but nobody's picked up. I have anything. And can somebody leave your phone, please? Or Donovan or Byron? It's not me.
I'll call him from the office.
Okay.
It sounds like an office that has muted their phone.
A lot of the background noise, yeah.
Hello, if you can hear me, can you mute your phone, please?
Jimmy Yeller here.
There you go, finally. Peggy, when did you email this out to the committee members, this form, advice forms?
Mr. Chair, I received these revised exhibits, hard copies. So I'm not sure, could you ask Mr. Lamardo when these were delivered, and then if there's electronic copies, because I didn't see, I was looking through my email, I haven't received any electronic copies of the revised exhibits, but I did get hard copies at the office, and so those were delivered to me yesterday.
Okay, Mr. Ezra, do you have this in an electronic form?
Chair, this is Lamardo. Yes, we do, and I was just going to ask if you want us to send it out again. These were sent out a couple of days ago.
Okay, yes, if you would send it out again, that way we can all be on the same page as you're going through your numbers.
Okay, Chair. We'll send it out right now.
Here, I just emailed those out to you.
Okay, Shana, thank you for that. We'll wait for it then. We'll begin again.
Hello, Chair. This is Delegate Yellow here.
Did you get him?
Yeah, I think this is it right here. Because I think we never got it, so. Thank you very much. Chair.
Mr. Ezra, Canlon, for sending those out again. You may continue, sir.
Koshina, thank you very much again, Chair Henyo. I'm on Exhibit D. Does everybody have Exhibit D? And it's a legislation appropriation.
What we received is this Excel spreadsheet with the business unit number, the program title, FY 2020 budget, the proposed, the indirect costs, proprietary, external cash match, fiduciary, special revenue fund, external, then that's total. That's what we have, Mr. Azret.
It is the same one, and I just want to make sure on the front page, Exhibit A, and on I, see if that one has, please, 98,335,250. That's the most recent one.
O&B also has a copy.
O&B also has a copy of that.
Correction, Viva. I think that's the right form. How I see your worksheet, it says EXA stands for Exhibit A, EXB stands for Exhibit B, EXC stands for Exhibit C, EXD stands for Exhibit D, EXE for Exhibit E. I think I control your worksheet here on the show. Thank you, Chair. Today.
Mr. Ezra, if you would continue with your presentation.
Shana, I'm going to start back on Exhibit C. This is recommended changes to general fund budget. No changes made by HESI committee. That's it on that one. Exhibit D, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. We have one for business unit number 112001, program title, DGS administration. Legislative concern, 1, direct the program to do a benefit cost analysis on existing air transportation program and alternative to determine most cost-effective way for air transportation program. A directive to program by the second quarter. Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budget. Business unit number 112007, Navajo Air Transportation Department. Amount of unmet needs, 800,000. Explanation to recommend unmet needs to fiscal year 2021 general fund budget to overhaul 2 Pratt Whitney PT6A42 engines. Business unit number 112010, Records Management Department. Amount unmet need, 134,848. This is to replenish the hours of 5 staff of 1,203 hours and the operation of department and operations of the department. Department did not receive any fiscal year 21 IDC. I also have Exhibit F, but this is not in the resolution. And I think when I presented that I requested all carryovers for all the divisions, departments. That's the end of the corrections on Resolution SC AU 14-20. Chair.
Gashina Hiala, Mr. Lamar, with this committee members, any questions or comments regarding this presentation?
Chair, I have none from Yellow.
Chair.
Okay, so Delegate Jimmy Yell here.
I don't have any questions right now. As far as the number that he read is fine, and also unmet needs is also everything's okay so far. I don't know about my other colleagues. Should be like okay. Thank you.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Chair. Good morning, though. So is there any, I'm looking at it, the agenda, I mean, not agenda, but the budget. So I don't see anything that, regarding the transit, Navajo transit, in Hadla, is it under, is there any plans for after so many months this vehicle they were shut down? I don't know how to specific. Is there any plans for that transit again? Is it going to be going or not, or is it going to be a different way of doing it? Or also, I think DC don't those bus drivers and then you bus does overhaul, they look at to clean this, that will be something that I would think that there should be a plan put in place according to the budget. So Navajo Transit, okay? Yeah. Chair.
So back to Mr. Ezra. Regarding Navajo Transit, what's the current situation and future plans for the program? And again, as Delegate Elmer Begay stated, there's no budget line item for them that we can see. If you would explain, sir.
Thank you, Chair Henio Do. Honorable Elmer Begay, question 9, Kitty. If Marcus Truly is online, I would like him to answer your question. Marcus, are you in line?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Chair Henio Do, committee members, if I may.
First, guess all presenters have to send an email to Peggy Nakai regarding the oath and affirmation on the testimony there, budget testimony they're about to give. Have you sent that email to Peggy Nakai yet?
Yes.
Go ahead and continue to.
Thank you. Yante bene nightin kidi what we're doing at the Navajo Transit is that we're awaiting approval from the command center to proceed or resume services of transit services. We've been prepping all of the buses are prepped. We've installed the safety barriers. We've made sure that the buses are clean, and we're instructing our drivers on certain procedures they need to take when they resume services. The sanitation as well as the disinfecting buses at the end of each run. We've modified schedules. We did the social distancing requirements. We've designated seating arrangements. The only thing is that we are going to limit the number of passengers that we will be allowing on the buses. The other thing that we're doing is that we're not going to be charging any fares until we feel comfortable that we can receive bus fares. We're also been working closely with the funding agencies in terms of receiving guidance and training on how to approach the services. Some areas services have resumed, but on limited basis. The surrounding area, Gallup, Zuni, Hopi, those services are not being provided. And so, although we, like I said, we know we're getting guidance from our funding agency in terms of training. They do provide a lot of the webinars. So we've been asking all of our drivers, we're requiring them to participate in those webinars. So in our last meeting with Dr. Jill Jim and as well as Dr. Fowler, it was agreed that services will resume 2 weeks after the health code, the COVID code is changed to yellow. Right now, as you know, the Navajo Nation is still under code orange, meaning that only 25% of allowance of businesses, so odd and Dr. Jill Jim was saying that the numbers are still kind of high, and she wanted to see if about resuming services after positive cases fall down below 5. So Abe and we're just waiting. We do have staff working at but at transit. We're switching off the drivers. We don't have a full 100% staff back on board. What we're doing is that we've split the drivers in half because of the social distancing, and we didn't want to crowd the building, so we're limiting the number of drivers inside the building. And so what they're doing is that they're catching up on their reports. They're also learning how to disinfect the buses using a fogger. They're also learning how to sanitize using the sanitizing solutions like Clorox wipe and that kind of thing. And then what we're expecting them to do is that when they start their route, they should be clean already. And so at the end of that run, they have to go through that procedure of disinfecting and as well as sanitizing the bus before the next run resumes. So with the transit. So here na idin kidi nanta.
Appreciate you for that response, Mr. Tooley. Although with that, committee members, any other questions or comments regarding the presentation?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shema. Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the new forms. I just want to make sure for the unmet need, help me understand this Navajo Air Transportation Department. And what I'm trying to understand is the issues with the record management. It looks like there's been a huge decrease, and I'm going to look through my emails. I think I was sent, if it's similar in terms of if it's the IDC rate, but I would ask, actually, the division director, you should ask for money from the CEJASEN for your records management. I'm going to continue to echo this. During that litigation, it was the work of Legislative Services, records management that pulled out historical documentation that helped secure that victory for the CEJASEN litigation. But our documents are not in good shape. We had staff in there with rodent feces, moisture, mold, and there has to be a better way where we preserve the integrity of our government documents, and also how we could help the records management, all of the documents that they have. Thank you, Chair.
You know that, to Mr. Azret, 2 points there. The first one is explanation on the air transportation on unmet needs, and the second would be is records management.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Delegate Honorable Crotty. On air transportation, Delegate Slater, basically on one of the legislature's concerns, we are going to look at a feasible study on that right now. In the meantime, we do not have no planes running. They are both grounded because of the no hours, and the preventive maintenance has to be done on it before it even flies again. We are getting the small plane ready now from this year's budget. Next year we have the big plane. The plane engine has to be also repaired or replaced depending on what they find, and that is the reason why we're requesting $800,000 for the unmet for fiscal year 21. On records management, yes, I got information about the situation that it was in. Just like you said, there was funding that was promised back then from the $556 million to protect all the documents. And when we sat down and we found out that we didn't get any IDC funds, we basically said, let's just go ahead and ask for unmet budget. And with your help and understanding, we can probably go with CEJASEN funds with that. But if there's anything else, I'd like Pearl Lee to speak to some of that if she's on the line. Pearl?
Good morning. This is Pearl. I'm the Pearl Lee. I'm Program Manager for Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities. That's my main job. And I'm also the Delegated Program Supervisor for our Records Management Department. And most of that delegation has been through the pandemic. But because of the government shutdown, there was very little we could do other than, we meaning records management, other than print all the flyers for the COVID, the banners and all of that, just the public education, and most of it was just focused on that with the minimal staff we had. But Delegate Crotty, you are correct. The warehouse, the office in Fort Defiance, is in need of repair. I saw that their current budget did have funds budgeted for roof repair and to repair the HVAC system. But because of the pandemic, none of that money was spent. That's why I was requesting carryover of those funds, approximately $140,000, I think it was. But you are correct. The CEJASEN is a source of that, and we can definitely look into, getting an RFP out to see how much it'll cost to build a facility and address the issues that the Fort Defiance office has. right now, the program supervisor position is vacant, and I'm not sure what the direction is on that, but I'm just trying to do the best I can in addressing some of the issues that records management has. And as Mr. Azrit stated, one of the biggest issues is the general fund account that funds the 5 staff in the Fort Defiance office, which is the mail clerk, or the mail clerk who delivers the interdepartment mail and picks up the postal mail for the 6,000 P.O. box for Navajo Nation. We have a office specialist who is responsible for the custodian of the records. She receives all the resolutions and the financial documents and scans that information, so she oversees all of that and all the requests for any of those documents. So I'm sure she played a big role in gathering the documents for the settlement that we received. And then we also have a office assistant who is the works in the retention and archive section, which disposes of all the records that have reached their destruction phase. We also have the program supervisor that's funded under the general fund account, and the senior office specialist. So those are the 5 staff that are funded under the general fund account. For FY20, they received $160,000 plus in IDC and $99,248 in general fund. But this year, they received absolutely no IDC, so they just received general fund allocation of the same amount of $99,248. And I kept all the staff, but they're only funded for a little over 4 months. Same with their other expenses, like for their vehicle rental and communication utilities for 5 months. Their phone, their internet, and of course the insurance that is required. So that's why we're requesting for $134,000 plus to continue their employment through the end of the fiscal year and pay for their minimal operating that we have budgeted for. So I'd like the committee to consider the carryovers and the unmet needs. But I definitely will look into requesting for some CIHSN money for to address the Fort Defiance office location. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Committee members, any further questions or comments on the presentation? Okay, then I'm not hearing any, so I can allow Mr. Azrit for bringing forth the correct forms to the budget. So with this, committee members, I'll call for the question. HEHSCAU-14-20. National Delegate Jimmy O'Hare.
Yeah.
Okay, who's this?
This is Peggy. Could I ask a question real quick?
We're voting. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but to Mr. Lamardo, did you make any changes to your budget forms too? Do they correlate with the exhibits? That's just a question I had.
Mr. Azrit, a response?
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Yes, Peggy, we made all the changes to our budget forms also to reflect the changes on the exhibits. And just like you said, OMB does. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And OMB has those?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Back to the voting. Delegate Jimmy O'Hare.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask Peggy. Thank you, Peggy. I'll vote green right now. I'm curious about the other forms anyway. We look forward and check those out when they come forth. Thank you. I'll vote green. Chair, today.
Vice Chair Smith?
Green.
Delegate Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Canisbach-Crotty votes green. Chair, if I may ask a question, is the carryover, is it recommended in this resolution?
As Mr. Azraq had indicated, that it's not part of this resolution, so we would have to, we referenced Exhibit F, but it's not part of the resolution. But he did mention that there were carryover requests, so we might have to entertain that at the after this revisits are completed. If he can provide that to the committee.
Yes, Chair, and I apologize for pausing the vote, but if our staff can highlight that when we have our carryover discussion, thank you. For records management.
So you vote green?
Yes, Chair, I vote green. Thank you for answering the question.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay? Delegate Elmer P. Begay? Okay, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting on this resolution. So again, back next to our next revisit, and Peggy, if you could give us the background information on our next tabled resolution.
Okay, Chair. On September the 2nd, the committee at around 4 o'clock decided to consider HEHSCAU-11-20. The main motion is held by Jimmy Yellowhair, seconded by EPB, the Elmer P. Begay. And this is on the Veterans Administration budget for FY21. And it was tabled by Amber Crotty and seconded by Nathaniel Brown, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The reason was to provide a revised chapter veterans organization budget using the 50-50 formula. And so that was the reason that was tabled. So it needs to be recalled.
Kashina, thank you for that background information. With that, committee members, is there a motion to recall this resolution?
Yellowhair?
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair's motions to recall the resolution. Is there a second?
It's Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Okay, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a roll call vote for bringing this back to the floor? So Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Question adoption Delegate Yellowhair votes green. So Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith? Delegate Amber Crotty? Vice Chair Smith? Say again? We're voting on untabling the legislation for Veterans Administration.
Green.
Okay. Delegate Amber Crotty?
This is Delegate Amber Canisbach-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
The Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Gashina, we have green 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. This matter is before Budget and Finance Committee again. Although we do have Delegate Chairman Chairman Daniel So on the line with us. And also, do we have Mr. James Werline on the line? Daniel So, Chairman Daniel So, are you still with us?
Oh, she in,
your agent, Mr. Zwerline, is he on the line with us? Mr. Zwerline, are you on the line with us? Okay. Chairman So, on the H, but is anybody trying to give him a call or anything?
he knows he's up. He knows he's up, and
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Zwerline. Can you hear me now?
Who is this?
This is Director Zwerline, sir.
Oh, sir, thank you. Thank you for that. We are on the legislation for Veterans Administration. And so that, should say, Daniel, so on the revisit, how, from your point of view.
Honorable Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we appreciate your attention to the details of this particular budget, and in concert with the revised plan of operation. And Shema, Amber, Knezba, Kradi, we are very appreciative of you reading that aspect where Director Zwerline can submit a new formula, and your directive has been appreciated. The committee, when they were deliberating the Veterans Administration, and we were advised that we didn't have that ability, we were stymied. But I'm glad you read the aspects, caught the language in the plan of operation that allows Director Zwerline to submit or devise formulas. And as I'm aware, that new formula has been emailed to the members of the committee, as well as commanders at the 5 agencies. And in the review of that new formula, it certainly is more equitable and addresses the higher number of folks in the particular chapters. And it's still based on the 50-50 formula. So with that, and then the other is the previous balances from that are existing for the chapters. I'd appreciate it if the committee could allow for the usage of those funds by the chapters for their as a part of the use of carryover funds. Without and then we appreciate Mr. Schwerlein. I guess the main concern is, that there was a question of how many homes were built using the trust funds. The other aspect is the committee yesterday passed legislation that's going to be coming to the B&F committee to basically allow for the continuing of the veterans housing funds. So those are some aspects that we're trying to work hand in hand to make the veterans trust fund work for our honorable veterans, and the committee supports the efforts to keep the monies at the chapter level, not necessarily overseen by the chapter officials, but in the name of their chapters, that these funds will be used for the veterans within those chapters. Without a nature has state English, Shanant I do a haha Quaggy shut off I get all Quaggy Ado Mr. Spader husband or lately agency commander saying that is sto Quaggy Sato late OE Nhabin Haja Ashi Dunzo Ben there that is Quaggy by Hewins agency commanders I see on CKC Ben the Hoyt Agi but that's either Danza Quaggy Sato agency resolutions have been submitted. So whatever nature has seen those committee members. Mr. Chair.
Chairman Daniel Stowe. And Mr. Zwerlein, if you would begin your presentation on the revisit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable delegates. So this morning, I sent out the latest revised copy of the spreadsheet that I'm using for the distribution of the Veterans Trust Fund for fiscal year 21. If you have it open in front of you, you'll see the column that's highlighted in blue. These numbers are the per veteran distribution based on the 50-50 formula for each chapter. There's a few chapters that I would like to highlight so that you can understand that the 50-50 method of distribution is not an equitable method of distribution for the Veterans Trust Fund. The chapter of Chin Lee through 50-50 should be receiving $84,956 to provide services for 360 veterans. That is an average of $235 per veteran. When we look at the chapter of Whippoorwill, they would be receiving an allocation of $33,860. That is an average per veteran in that chapter of $915. It is more advantageous in Chin Lee Agency for a veteran to belong to Whippoorwill than to Chin Lee. When we look down at a chapter like Shiprock chapter would receive an allocation of $109,692. That is an average of $364 per veteran within Shiprock chapter. When we look at a chapter of Upper Fruitland, their average is $295. When we look at Sweetwater, their average is $589. When we jump down to Western Agency, we have a chapter, Tonalea. They would receive an allocation of $43,948 to service 370 veterans. That is an average of $118 per veteran to provide assistance. And when we look at a chapter in the same agency, Chilchinbito, they would be receiving an appropriation of $33,628. That is an average of $1,245 per veteran. I don't know how else to explain, but the 50-50 method of distribution is unbalanced based on the requirements of using the 50-50 and the registered voter population. The most advantageous method for the veterans to receive a fair amount of funding across all 5 agencies and all 110 chapters is the method that I originally outlined in the budget. Since we don't have specific, accurate counts on the veteran populations at a chapter level, we are using an agency level count, and that provided us with the numbers as submitted in the budget documents. So the questions have been asked, what if we were to use the same dollar amounts from last year? The answer to that question is we would require an additional appropriation of $640,000. It is still applied using the 50-50 formula. It remains unbalanced, but it does make more money available for the veterans' assistance requests. So at this time, that's where we stand with the distribution allocations for the Veterans Trust Fund with FY21 funding levels as provided from the Office of the Controller. The other question that I was asked to provide was an updated Exhibit E. And the Exhibit E was also emailed out to all members of the committee this morning as well as last week. We had the unmet needs of $465,327. $400,560 of those dollars go to direct operating costs of the administration across all 5 agencies and the central office. $64,767 of that goes into the payroll expenses to cover the rest of the staff for the fiscal year. We have added an unmet need of $51,043. This is to be able to comply with the condition of appropriation number 2 as set forth by HES committee for advertising and radio and print media for the Navajo Nation wide veteran count. So at this time, that concludes my report, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, Shane, with that, thank you for that presentation, Mrs. Werlein and Chairman Daniel. So committee members, any questions, comments regarding the presentation?
This is Delegate Yeller here. Swerline, thank you very much for your new, the formula that you use. I've seen your formula, yeah, I understand. It's pretty good the way your formula is, and the best you can to put it in together as a 50-50 formula. That's fine with me. I've seen it right here with the highlight too, with the average too, and I don't have any questions on this based on your veterans and the total cost. For example, in SHPRA agency, it has 2,203 veterans. So the highest mark in the area is probably, let me go back, let me check here right here, buddy. This was Shinapani. It's on Chicago there. SHPRA PEG, voters registration 4,685. The veterans say 301. and that's how I came in with the average, at the end with the blue highlight. I understand your formula. Yeah, I don't have any questions. I guess this is the best you can put together, 50-50 formula. Stille, Jonas, Stille.
Enough for that. Commentaries, Delegate Jimmy Gill here. And going back up, I think Delegate Amber Cardi had a question.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo, colleagues. Last night I requested from the Office of the Controller if we can get an update on the Veterans Trust Fund. I do have a memo dated from July that was provided from Veterans Administration regarding the decrease in Veterans Trust Fund. So, Chair, if I may ask the Controller's Office to give us that information, because in our weekly discussions regarding the portfolio, I can't recall, but I could be wrong, that there was an indication that we should expect a decrease in the trust fund, and I believe that also then ultimately affects the allocation, no matter what formula we use. So if I could get clarification from the Controller's Office, I'd like to verify that amount so that I can look for funding to support the veterans and their expectation of what's appropriate to meet their needs. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have the Office Controller on the line?
Chair, this is Controller. We're on the line.
Okay, if you would, there was a question posed to your office from Controller Kirk from Delegate Amber Crowdy, if you would respond.
The question is, what is the update on the Veterans Trust Fund and the impact? So, as I understand, on the allocation that we do to the Veterans Program, we do have the formula that we go by, which is the subject of the changes a few years ago. And part of that, we take a look. What we do is we take a part of the 4% set aside for general funds, and so 2%, half of the 4% is one goes to housing, the other one goes to the program. That's part of the calculation, and so essentially this past year, I know we had weekly meetings and so forth. Basically, the revenues, the general fund revenues coming in, has been not meeting our revenue projections. We are not meeting, and I think we talked about the oil, not only the COVID-19 pandemic impact on the economy, but then the oil industry. So in those times where our general fund revenues are essentially has decreased. So if our calculation, part of our calculation includes the 2% of the set aside, then that's where it's impacted. So I hope that gives some indication on the impact on the allocation.
Christina, thank you for that response, our controller. So back to our committee and our Delegate Amber Cardi, on that response. Is that satisfactory?
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I did want to provide a copy of that memo to the committee. Unfortunately, I can't find it. Is there a way that the committee as a whole can see this document? And so I know it was in July, so I guess my question would be, Controller, do we anticipate any changes in that recommendation, or should we look at this budget as a $600, roughly $600,000 decrease from the projection of fiscal year 20? I'm asking these questions because I just need to be clear on the numbers and anticipating what that impact would be for our veterans. We all know that we've lost veterans to the virus. We know that there's Blue Star, Gold Star mothers out there. And my concern is there's really never this like policy analysis on how, when we reduce these numbers, what is going to be the direct impact on our veterans and the intent of the Veterans Trust Fund allocation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Peggy, are you aware of this memo dated July 2020?
Is this memo from the Controller's office?
No. I believe so. Yes.
No, I'm not familiar. It doesn't really come to mind, but maybe the Controller can send it again.
Controller Perlin-Kirk, are you aware of the memo that we are discussing right now that was issued by your office?
What was the memo? I also, Chair, if I can explain a little bit more what I'm talking about. So if you take a look at the revised revenue projection, because the veterans allocation does take into consideration, portion of the calculation does depend on the set-asides, as I mentioned. So for this year's revenue projection, if you, for year in, for 2021, our general fund revenues is 158 million, as opposed to, or compared to last year's projection, which was 213 million. So that difference in the revenue projection, if you then look at the 2%, or if you go down on my revenue projection schedule, and this is, I'm just going by the BIM, there's like over, I would say about $1.4 million difference, resulting in the 4% for veterans. So then that means about 700,000 difference of that piece of the calculation. So that's where this difference comes in. That's where it's impacted. So and as you guys know, veterans allocation is the only one that is directly, their calculation is directly linked to the set-aside amount. So they would be impacted just because our general fund revenue projection went down, and then the 2%, 4% set aside, you know, the revenue goes down, the percentage goes down. And if their allocation is directly linked to that, then yes, they will be impacted. So again, we've discussed revenue projections back in, starting in March, and we discussed, you know, the economy, all the things that we had to take into consideration, the assumptions to come up with a revenue projection. So that's how it's impacted. And I'm just going by I don't know if you guys have your BIM, or if you take a look at all your, at least on the May 1st revised revenue projection, that schedule, that's what I'm looking at. So if you want to look into it further. But what was the memo on, the July memo? I can resend the memo if, or the date of the memo.
Chairman Henio, I'm having a hard time finding that, but I did receive it from the Veterans Administration. I don't know if Mr. Zerline knows the date offhand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That's Mr. Zerline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Crotty, the date was July 28, 2020. I did rescan the entire memo package that came from the Office of Management and Budget, as well as the Office of the Controller, so you guys should have that in your email. Madam Controller, the title of this memo was the recommended FY21 budget level schedule, Navajo Nation Special Revenue Funds, Fiduciary Funds, and Proprietary Funds. Thank you.
Okay, back to our controller, Ms. Kirk. Does that sound familiar?
400,000.
That's Chair, members of the committee. That's our recommended allocation for all the various different programs coming off the trust funds, including veterans. And again, the veterans legislation dictates how we calculate those numbers. And again, the most impact for this upcoming fiscal year goes back to our revenue projection. In terms of the other piece of that formula is the income of the trust fund. And we go by audited numbers, the previous audited numbers, and in that piece of the formula, that was up slightly. So that one's not really being impacted from the previous year. It's the revenue projection piece of the formula that's impacted, just so you guys know. What was that?
Good, thank you for that response. Committee members, any further questions, comments?
Thank you, Chair. This is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the Controller and her staff for providing that information and that explanation in terms of the correlation of the set aside for the projected revenue, and now identifying that there's a $600,000 decrease. What I need to know from committee members is how are we going to address this? If there's a $600,000 decrease in Veteran Trust Fund, I'm assuming, or I'll take on the responsibility, and I don't see it in this budget. I don't see a request to supplement or an unmet need to fix that. I have some ideas. So what I want to ask is my next question in reading over the notes and this budget, it looks like there was an increase in Navajo Nation general funds to the administration. I would just like to know on the record where that money, if there's an increase, then where can I see that on this budget?
I got Sean on
I'm having a hard time reconciling that we have a $600,000 decrease for direct services for veterans, $900,000 increase for the program and administration, and I just need to be clear on where we're at with this budget, so I can make some formal recommendations and budget modifications. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Shana, thank you for that. Other committee members, any other questions or comments?
Chair, yeah, non-chair, today.
I
just want to ask, Ms. Swerlin, that under your worksheet, column E, veterans, that's the total number of veterans. I just wonder, these are very accurate numbers. Are they today living veterans? Everything's all accurate numbers, because based on this one here, you use the formula to average out the money. And I wonder if this is very accurate. It even this column E gonna worksheet the formula. Couldn't the servicemen, veterans. And the kaida it don't show that it was even I just Chair and my colleagues. Thank you. I think I understand. Okay. Turn back to you, Chair.
Yeah, low.
Can somebody mute your phone, please? We can hear your conversation. Okay, back to Mr. Zwerlein. Response from Delegate Amber Cotty and then Delegate Jimmy O'Hare.
Thank you, Chair. These numbers that we have on this spreadsheet in column E for the veterans within each chapter were produced by performing a physical count of the veterans' files that we have in each of the 5 agency offices. The staff opened a drawer. They counted one by one each individual veteran record to include Gold Star mothers and surviving spouses. So based on the data that we have in the agency offices right now is what drove the data in column E. So if we were to go after this meeting adjourns to the Chinle agency office and open the drawer for the Chinle veterans, we would be able to count 360 individual veteran files that drive that number. Thank you for the question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zwerlein. What about the response to Delegate Amber Cotty's question regarding the increase in the budget for the administration? Did you respond to that?
My apologies, Chair. The increase for the administration's budget is because we are adding additional personnel. Based on the email that I sent to Delegate Crotty yesterday, I believe it was yesterday morning, we are adding 11 staff positions once our plan of operation has been amended by the Oversight Committee. We have 3 positions that are being omitted, and it was, I think, 10 positions that are overdue for step increases. None of the employees within the Veterans Administration, since they began their employment, have ever received a pay increase beyond the general wage adjustment. So we had one employee who has been here 11 years that has never had a pay raise. We had one recent employee who was here 10 years, never had a pay raise. And all of the performance evaluations for all those staff members justify them receiving step increases. So as we're moving forward into this next fiscal year, we're trying to make sure that the Navajo Nation employees working for the Veterans Administration are being taken care of appropriately and in accordance with the established policies from the Department of Personnel Management and the Personnel Policies Manual. I hope that answers your question, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Zwerlein. Back to the committee. Any further questions or comments?
Chair.
Chair, Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you, BNF committee members. Good morning, and veterans staff, and those that are listening. They've been. It comes to my mind. Various agencies, Northern, Eastern, and Fort Defiance Agency, has passed resolution to oppose this budget. My question goes to Legislative Council, or DOJ. If we have those resolutions to oppose this budget, I know we're only hearing this budget, and I heard earlier too that we don't have the authority to change or amend or do anything drastically to the budget. But the veterans are really looking at this as a mechanism where they don't want what is being imposed. And how does that put Budget Finance Committee? Because those resolutions have been submitted. I don't know if we have copies of them. But Fort Defiance just had their meeting here Labor Day weekend, and they opposed that. I didn't have a chance to get there. I was on my way, and my motorcycle broke down, so I had to get rescued. But the aftermath was that they passed it unanimously to oppose this budget. So my question goes out: if that's the case, when and where can we make that known? Should the veterans continue to say oppose this budget? That's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Question I got off for that. Comment, question, Vice Chair Smith. I believe, Mr. Zwerlein, you have a response to that question?
Thank you, sir. I do. And it's just a point of clarification. The only memo that I have seen from any of the agencies is the one from this past weekend from Fort Defiance Agency. But it is my understanding that all of the resolutions from each of the agencies are very similar in nature, and the portion of the budget that they are opposing is the distribution of the Veterans Trust Fund and not the general fund portion of the budget. So my understanding was that it could be further discussion between myself, Oversight Committee, and Office of Management and Budget on how the trust fund becomes redistributed. And if they're insisting on using the 50-50 formula, then they do so from this point going forward, knowing with the understanding that it is an unequal distribution, and that the veterans over the course of the last year that asked me to fix that then are no longer going to be heard. So pursuant to the question that I was asked last week by Delegate Crotty, will I change the formula? If that is what the veteran population wants, knowing full well that certain agencies, that certain chapters are going to receive an unfair share, then I will acquiesce to the veterans' requests. But their memos are opposing how I have fairly distributed the trust fund budget and not the general fund. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Christina, thank you for that response, Mr. Zwerlein. Back to the committee, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Also, thank you, Mr. Zwerlein, on that clarification. I think veterans need to be aware of what is in this hand and what's on the other hand. This hand, we're talking about general fund solely. On the other hand is the trust fund. I think that needs to be provided for them so they don't mix the two up and then come to the council and saying, we oppose the budget, which means to me, the budget in hand, what we're talking about right now. I think my question still goes to the Department of Justice or Legislative Council? I know that we're just talking about general fund, but just to be enlightened on what the procedures are if there is such a issue on behalf of an entity or an organization or department saying we oppose what we are seeing and we don't agree with the budget period. When is that debatable? I know that right now this is sealed as we speak under Health and Education Human Services resolution. Can that be revisited, opened up? We tabled it, and now we're in discussion of it, and we're getting information. So, Chair, if DOJ or maybe Legislative Council, if they understand what I'm saying, maybe I have to reiterate it some other way. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. I'll defer to our Chief Legislative Counsel's office, Kristen Lowe first, and then maybe to Department of Justice after that. Kristen?
Thank you, Chair. This is Kristen. I just have to clarify a little bit of Delegate Smith's question because I'm not sure I entirely understand. So this was put for a revisit. So the executive director could update the distribution for financial assistance, that formula for the 50-50 formula, as opposed to a 50-50 formula based off of registered voters as opposed to veterans. So I'm not exactly sure if Delegate Smith is asking, I'm not sure if Delegate Smith, if your question is about that issue specifically, or if you're talking about general funds. Can you clarify that?
I believe, Kristen, the question is that there is opposition from the veterans organizations and how much weight does that carry when council is deliberating the budget for the Veterans Administration? I believe that was his question.
Okay, that's definitely not what I got out of it. He was asking something about procedures. So as I'll answer the question as to how much weight can be put on it. It's a matter of personal interpretation. I mean, that's all I can say. Every delegate's vote. I apologize. I had gotten knocked off the call in the middle of my sentence. So every delegate's vote is their own individual vote, and they can weigh all of the comments and concerns that come in. There.
Okay. With that, Vice Chair Smith, are we? Is that question answer in line with what you're asking? We're trying to figure your question out here.
And committee members and Mr. Zerline, maybe I'm not making myself clear, but with all, I'll figure it out as we go along. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Smith. Move along. Committee members, any further questions or comments?
Delegate Yellowhair, to the chair.
Question, Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, here, my committee, being a committee members, so it's not signed off, go ahead, councilman, your card is not signed yet. My concern is with veterans that majority of the Navajo Nation veterans of 5 agency, I think they have one area that has a very big concerns that Mr. Sherland is not working with veterans. I hear that. They say he's running with his own agenda. They say he doesn't work with the veterans' agenda itself. That's their major concern. Everywhere I go or we go, they say there's a very big issue with veterans now. So they feel uncomfortable with our leaders now. I had to bring this up because basically we're talking about the budget and we need to hear Mr. Swerland. I hope that's what I need to have some clarification from him. Is he really working with the Navajo Nation veterans out there? That's my question. Chair Johanna Stradler. Thank you.
Okay, back to Mr. Zwilling for response.
Thank you, Chair. My response to the question, the allocations of the budget is a management responsibility. Pursuant to all applicable Navajo Nation laws governing the responsibilities of the director and the involvement of the veteran population, management functions to include the budget do not require veteran input. That said, when I hear the veterans saying the way the funding is being distributed in previous years is not providing us with enough funding at our chapter, please fix it. I am listening to the veteran population and fixing the distribution to make it fair across the board. The fact that the agencies were not consulted is not entirely accurate. At 2 recent meetings, the agencies were informed of what was happening for this fiscal year as we entered the budget cycle. This became the plan at the beginning of fiscal year 20. This wasn't a secret. So I don't understand where people are saying that I've never talked to the veteran population, because I have. Where I'm not taking the veterans' wishes into account, because I am. I am fixing the system. It has been wrong for years and years. It has been an unfair distribution, and now it is fair. But I am hearing that the veteran population, through their resolutions, does not want the fair distribution. They do not want the money distributed equally amongst the agencies, amongst the chapters, and available for the general veteran population. So it's like I said a few minutes ago, that I will work with Hess, I will work with Budget and Finance, and we can do budget transfers across business units with the approval of Oversight Committee and be able to do the 110 chapter distribution. So the veteran population that is doing these resolutions is getting precisely what they want. So the larger chapters will not get more money to help more of their veterans. They will continue to have less. So I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Shane, with that, committee members, I believe we still need to move further. We have one more issue that we need to discuss with Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office.
And Hanyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shana. Delegate Crotty.
Actually, Chair, I think in hearing the answers, I'm not even sure if this budget is in order. I'm reviewing the plan of operation that's on Budget Form 2, and the plan of operation is Hess, August, so it's -12-16, and that's currently the plan of operation for this administration. But according to this presentation, there's budget positions in this budget that have not been, there's no plan of operation that developed or that identifies these positions. And I think that's why we have so many. I was waiting for my Yaj there to talk about all the vacancies. So we have 13 vacancies. And so when you see unclassified title, there's no correlation to the current plan of operation for those titles. So I just need clarification on the program budgeting positions that are not identified on their plan of operation that's on their budget form 2. I can't budget for items that in the future may be approved. I can only go with the current plan of operation, and I'm not sure how that was discussed when these budget forms were signed by the executive director and Paulson Chaco chief of staff. So I need that question answered, Chair. I'm concerned about the integrity of this budget right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chanel, for that question. Back to Mr. Zwirli for a response.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Delegate Crowdy, for that question, and you are 100% correct. We are budgeting for positions that are not in the current and improved and enforced plan of operation. We have a draft plan of operation that went through during this last calendar year, but it was voted down by Hess in May. And Delegate Lona has been working with Legislative Council to try and get that legislation reintroduced. And I've been trying to get a follow-up from Ms. Barbroff on where that legislation is in the process. This was something that we expected to already have through the system and approved. And now that we are moving into the next fiscal year, we are expecting it to be approved at the very beginning. And the problem that we are going to encounter if we don't have the funding for the new approved positions, we're going to continue to be in the same boat that we've been in for the last 5 years. We don't have sufficient personnel in the right positions with the right training to actually provide the services to the veterans. And if the correct way to move through it is to wait until the next year and tell the veterans to tough it out, we'll do what we can, then that would be the answer. But that's the answer I would prefer not to give. I would prefer to say that yes, we can pre-budget for these positions with the expectation that they will become available and that they will be filled as soon as possible. And then we will be able to better provide the services for the veterans. So I hope that answers your question, ma'am. Thank you.
Back to our committee and Senator Delegate Amber Crowdy.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to echo what I heard because it's important, committee members. This budget does not reflect the approved plan of operation as stated on budget form 2, part 2, plan of operation. My question was not answered in terms of how a budget is approved when the current plan of operation does not have those positions. Chair, I'm actually going to need to get some direction from you regarding a budget that's presented that's not proper. So this plan of operation and this budget do not correspond with each other. So that would be my first question to Chairman Henyo, because I believe it's more of the integrity of the budget as presented. And second, community member or committee members and those on the line, if we look at Exhibit A of this resolution, Hess August-11-20, Exhibit A will break down, I think what for me, is the decrease in trust funds that are available for direct service. I will need the help of OMB or others on the line who can help me with numbers or to verify the numbers that I have. I want to raise an issue that business unit number 703073 for Chinle Agency last year was $726,373. This year, as read into the record, is $436,871. If I could get the calculation, my difference or my reduction for the Chinle Agency Veterans Direct Service is $289,502. I do need someone on the line to verify these numbers because I did similar calculations not only for Chinle, but for Crown Point. In my calculation, there's a reduction of $480,086. For Tuba City, there's a reduction of $65,332. And for Shiprock, there's a reduction of $64,896. Chair, if I could get those numbers verified, my total for the total reduction to veterans this year, in this calculation, I have $899,816. I'd like that number to be verified. Chair, I think what we have to talk about, colleagues, is on this committee, we represent agencies, we represent our constituents, and we represent all of Navajo Nation. I have a huge concern that there's this amount of reduction for direct services. So if these numbers, that's beyond the 600 reduction from the 4% set aside. I'd like to get those numbers clarified before I make my next statement and my next request for a budget modification so that those veterans can recoup those dollars. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, thank you for that question. Dominic Bial, Mr. Bial, are you still on the line with us? Mr. Dominic Bial, are you still on the line with us? Is there anybody from OMB on the line? OMB, are you still on the line with us? Office of Management and Budget. Office of Management and Budget, are you still on the line with us? I believe they just left us. So, well, Peggy, can you see if you could call them up again and ask them to rejoin us? Okay. Well, we are trying to get budget and finance back. OMB back on the line. The first part of the question is
Mr.
that
Chair?
as far as, go ahead, who's this?
This is Nanette with OMB. Dominic and Emmett are trying to get on. I don't know if they're muted, but they're trying to talk.
Oh, press star.
Okay, hold on.
Chair Henio, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Bial. We can hear you.
Yeah, we've been online all this time.
I think you were muted by our control board. In order to unmute yourself, you have to press star.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. So were you able to capture that question from Delegate Amber Crotty?
Yes, we heard it, and I'd like for Mr. Francis to respond.
Augustina, thank you, Mr. Bial. Mr. Francis?
I gave the OMB report in Part A, the fund type summary, has some of the numbers when I gave my report. There was discrepancy in the trust funds for FY20, and I updated that fund type summary and sent it out. In the initial fund type summary for the trust funds for the agencies had a total of 4,280,528. That number came from another report, and the person that put together that number is no longer with OMB, and so I'm the one that took up the veterans program, and I'm still trying to catch up with everything. But anyway, what I did was I sent out a new fund type summary that lists the correct numbers that total $4,857,500. And on the Exhibit A that HESI sent over to the Budget and Finance Committee, it does have that $4,857,500 on FY20. For FY21, these numbers came from the controller, and that was discussed earlier. And that total number is $4,213,900. And each of the amounts that were allocated to the agencies are shown on the fund type summary, and that's also listed on the Exhibit A that was provided by HESI. So there's a difference of almost or over $600,000 between FY20 and FY21. Now, going back to the general fund that's used for administering the agency offices, again, this is general fund. It was budgeted for $1,548,000, and the same amount is budgeted for FY21. These are general funds, and it's specifically for the agency operating funds. And right now, there's staff at the agency. Now, the budget that was submitted is all consolidated at the central office for the general fund amount, which is $1,548,000. And the program director just went over what he's doing as far as the existing position as well as the new positions. But the big change is the funds are all consolidated, the $1.5,548, all consolidated at the central office. There's no longer any funds down to the agency level. That's the way we got the budget. So that will be my response. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, back to our committee, Delegate Amber Crotty, on that response.
Thank you, Chair. I want to recognize that this budget is complex, that there's a history, and at some point, maybe someone should start documenting all the changes to this budget every year it's really been a challenge. So committee members, my concern is there's a decrease of the Veterans Trust Fund. In my calculations, it's where's my little paper? It's about 800. So that we're all aware, in this budget right now, there's a decrease to veterans in my calculations, and what I'm asking for is some verification from General Fund Budget 2020, and now looking at what's being proposed, in my calculation, it's $899,116. And so what I'm asking committee members is, as a budget and finance, that we do not let that stand. That means $899,000 plus that will not be available to our veterans based off of this budget. What I'm asking, Chair, and I've stated, is I've worked with Northern Agency veterans, and I respect the Veterans Agency's positions, but I did read off the reduction. And so every member of this committee represents an agency. And so what I'm going to ask committee members is to help me restore Shiprock's reduction so help me restore the business unit 703120, and they were reduced by 64,896. The Veterans Administration received an additional $900,000 of general funds. And if I'm in order, I would like to add the amount that's been reduced. I'd like that from their general fund. So I'd like that from business unit 103015. And I'd also like, thank you. I'd also like committee members from other agencies to advocate for your agency and provide assistance and adding what your agency needs because they have been reduced in this budget, Chair. So I need to know if this is a budget modification, and so I'd like support from my committee members in terms of restoring that and recognizing that that there's been a budget presented before us, still needs an updated plan of operation, and these positions that have been budgeted and has been allocated are not approved by the oversight. And so it's basically, in my opinion, I haven't heard why we would reduce direct services to our veterans and then make the decision, these signatures, to fund positions that do not exist. There's not a plan of operation, there's not a PCQ, there's not anything, and I don't hear why we would reduce possible funding for our veterans. Thank you, Chair, and I could answer any questions or dialogue from my committee members, but I need to know how we can fix this reduction. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Kristen, as far as this budget modification is concerned, I do hear you, and I think the committee understands that this legislation is closed by Health, Education, Human Services. They accepted the Veterans Administration budget as is being presented. And therefore, as we are here in the comprehensive budget hearing mode as Budget and Finance and to do budget modification, what was the process that the committee would follow as we move along to navigate here?
Chair, this is Kristen. So, the HES resolution cannot be amended or changed. However, the Budget and Finance Committee does have the ability to request modifications or changes from the program. And just like we did yesterday with the Washington office, from the Washington office to DOJ, you could follow the same procedure for that, Chair. Chair, one thing I have to add, I just want to clarify that it has to be within the executive branch and it has to be general funds that we're talking about. Those are the only caveats, Chair.
Okay, so with this direct services and the decreases from the direct services to the veterans, is that general funds issue?
Can OMB answer that? I don't know the answer to that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. OMB, would you chime in on that question I posed to Kristen Lowell, our principal attorney?
What was the question again?
This issue that we are discussing currently, that's been raised by Delegate Amber Crotty, the reduction in the direct services for each of the veterans agencies. HD, we're entertaining a budget modification request. And as stated by our attorney, Kristen Lowell, budget modifications should be limited to general funds budget. So this direct services reduction that we're talking about, is that a general funds issue? Or is it part of the trust fund?
I don't think it's just a general fund issue. The programs put together these budgets for all different funds. And we get them and we review them and we look at them. And we can look at the budgets and make our recommendations on what is going on with each of the budgets. And we knew that trust fund budgets were being changed from the chapters getting the trust funds similar to the FY20 budgets, and that now the budget shows that the budgets will be consolidated at the agency level. And the only thing I suggested was to check with everybody that has a concern about the budgets, whether it's the trust funds or the general fund. The controller needs to look at this. The legal people need to look at this, and OMB need to look at this. And whether we're following legislation that is already there. And that was my recommendation when I saw the way the budgets were done. And budgets have to be pretty much based on existing legislation or policy. And if they don't follow the existing legislation or policy, which in this case would be the plan of operation, then it's open to modification, I believe, at the Budget and Finance Committee level. And these questions have come up about the plan of operation and so forth. And these questions might have come up earlier if controller, the legal, and OMB could gotten all together
So, there's Stan here can cook.
That pretty much I can say is my answer. The other part of getting this budget together is the head of the executive offices, and it's the president's office. And they're the ones that also give some advice or direction to those programs that are under their divisions or offices. And that's another thing that I think is kind of missing in this whole area, where what is the recommendation of the office of the president or the executive offices, and I think that needs to be looked at, because the program director reports to the president, and he pretty much follows what the president's position is as far as these budgets that are under the president's office. So that pretty much completes my answer.
Christina, thank you for that, Mr. Francis. Okay, back to the issue at hand, committee members. The plan of operation, and also a request for a budget modification from Shenandoah Delegate Amber Crotty, and you heard from our principal attorney and OMB. So,
Chair, this is Kristen.
Kristen, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm looking at Exhibit A on the veterans legislation, and Budget Unit 103015 is Navajo Nation's Veteran Administration General Funds, and the financial assistance funds that start with Business Unit number 7. Those are fiduciary funds on this exhibit. So I need to use one of my lifelines, and I need to consult with DOJ and see if what their take on is moving money from general fund into a fiduciary fund type. It seems like it wouldn't be a proper move, but I would like to hear from DOJ on that, Chair, if we may.
Okay, I believe I heard Ashua from DOJ was on the line with us. Are you still on the line?
Mr. Chair, this is Mel.
Oh, Mel Rodas, thank you for joining us. If you would help us out here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, member of the committee. I do agree with Ms. Lowell that we can't take general funds and put it into a fiduciary fund. But I believe that you can use, I don't see a restriction to using general funds to supplement another funding source as long as you're not mixing funds. So in other words, you could use two funding sources to pay for the same type of cost. So I think that if you wanted to use general funds and a fiduciary fund for direct assistance, I don't see a prohibition against that. I could be wrong. And my colleague, Chris Schneider, who represents veterans, is on the line as well. So Chris, if you want to jump in. But I don't think that we can mix funds. Like, you can't put general funds in with fiduciary funds. Chris, do you have any comments about that?
This is Chris. I don't think that we can commingle the funds, the fiduciary BTF funds, along with general funds. I think you're right on that, Mel. And I also agree that you can fund assistance from two different funds.
Okay, so does that complete your response, Mel and Chris?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Understand. With that, we'll defer back to the committee and Shemai Delegate Amber Crotty, as far as your intent to do a budget modification.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate, I always cringe when I hear 3 lawyers, but now they all agree. I appreciate that. Chair, I'm going to ask then OMB, I'm going to request the budget or the business units for the veterans agency and CBOs. I know they exist for general funds because that's what we use when we allocate UUSD to veterans. Were you able to hear that last part? I heard a message on my end. So what I need, I'm going to move forward with my budget modification. I'd just like to request from OMB, our office is going to need the business unit numbers for the agencies and the CBOs to move general funds to supplement the reduction that's in this budget. Thank you, Chair. I think it's important that the committee and anyone on the call understand that this reduction is beyond the 600,000 projection. So there was, in my opinion, an intent to reduce direct services to our veterans. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, back to OMB. Request for assistance in this matter here. So I believe, Emmett, you're on the line with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I do agree with the lawyers that you cannot commingle funds, so you cannot mix trust funds together with general funds. So what needs to happen if you're going to put general funds into the trust funds business units, there needs to be a new business unit in addition to the trust fund business unit, and to have separate amounts be budgeted into the particular program, which in this case would be a 703XXX number, and then another number which would be a 103XXX number. We can't give you a new business unit at this point. It would have to be something like, again, 103XXX, and then later on, when the budgets are all approved, then we'll be able to assign a business unit for the general fund portion for the veterans program down at the agency or at the chapter level. That would be my answer.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Francis. Okay, back to our committee, Budget and Finance Committee. And as far as the Shemai Delegate Amber Crotty, if you would respond again.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Shemai assisting, and I recognize that you're getting acquainted with this budget, and it has a long history. So I would like to make that modification, Chair. And so the modification would be, so many documents. So it would come, Chair, and committee members. It would come from business unit 103015, and it would go to the new or the XX or the general funds for the I don't know the acronym, but it's on here. It's T as in Tim, F as in Fred, CVO, and I'm not sure if that's because it's fiduciary But what I want to say is that Chin Lee's numbers be restored. Their reduction was 289,502. And if I'm in order to restore Crown Point with their new business number and to restore $480,086, and to restore, if any, reduction in Fort Defiance. And then Tuba City has 65,332 to restore that was reduced. And then Shiprock is 64,896. But in looking at the business units, I may be off by a few numbers. And if I could ask OMB, I did see on the breakdowns that you have for Crown Point is 480,087. You have for Chin Lee 294,721. And so I'd just like to have those numbers verified, Chair, but the intent is to move to restore that reduction and so that we can provide that directly to our veterans. And if and when Veterans Administration passes a plan of operation, the committee can work on funding those positions that were approved, and so that we're working within the plan of operation, the existing law, the existing policy, and following Navajo Nation law and policies. Thank you.
Shane, with that, there's a motion for a budget modification. Is there a second, committee members?
I'll make second, but I have a lot of questions, Chair. I'll make second on that one, supporting budget modification. Thank you very much, Chair Stiller.
There's a second by Delegate Jimmy over here. With that, regarding the numbers, Siggy, there's a request to assistance from OMB. So, Mr. Francis, would you be able to assist us in this, the committee in this matter here?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm looking at the fund type summary that shows the FY20 general fund numbers as well as the trust fund numbers that were revised, and I don't see any connection. I know that FY21, the Veterans Administration Office at the central office level, they budgeted $1.548 thousand at the central office only, and they didn't budget anything at the agency level. Now, as far as the trust funds, they were also consolidated at the agency level, and none of the funds were budgeted at the chapter level. So I'm hearing different numbers from what I have, and I'm not sure where those numbers are coming from. So I can't tell you what the different numbers are, and I'm just trying to follow the numbers that are on the Exhibit A as well as on the one-type summary that we submitted and gave to the HESI committee. For instance, it was mentioned that the 103.015, you're taking money from there to create a new 103XXX for $289,502, which would, I think, become in addition to the trust fund for that particular location. So that would increase the trust fund amount by $289,502 by taking money from the $1,548,000. That's what I'm understanding. But I'm also getting different numbers that I don't know where they're coming from, but I'm wondering where those numbers are coming from. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Vice Senator Delegate Yellowhair.
Oh, yeah, Chair, last Chair. I think she always Celine, I want to explain this. We talk about this example. This business unit number 103015 is Navajo Nation Veteran Administration. On the Form 1. Bracket. Example, personal expense on 2000-0011 on that object code or a category number. That one, let me tell you one thing right here. Everybody listen. Navajo Nation Council approved this year personnel 1,118,619. Adi proposed for 2021 and increased by 495,611. Yeah, and that red of the bracket penalty, which means they're losing money in 100, but it's wrong. They're increasing. If you look down the bottom total, the way down a total, you get 1,549,463. That is approved 2020. Bosch is critical and logical. Proposed budget 2,014,790. A question to 165,327. 80 get bracket non 80 to chi 8 80 dobanat ida donde they're increasing 465. A question the budget I Form 1. I want to go through a crown point so this sheet. You can Shamaya with this any crown point. The budget Form 1. The business unit number 703022. Glebe yard again later total wiki. This year 2020 1,273,192. Proposed was 2021 793,105. Questions in the cash 480,087. 8 over 8. Out there is a chill because cheat or the next answer bracket about out or listen to it then 8 over 8. AI the question my 480,000 and $480,087. Quacky. They are under familiar. I want to go to Chinle Ajman 703073. But Form 1, they're supposed to be in the red 294,721. Worksheet Form 1. Quacky. So I see not it needs to be checked. It's supposed to be red. So then, I couldn't Western Agency 703102. But yeah, and could you be supposed to be in the red by 13,608? Western JA to us is now the top Nelta. I couldn't Eastern Nikki. Eastern Nikia in 1373, the Veteran Trust Fund, 141,872. Look at a jump to 4 Veteran Trust Fund is a machine. So the beginning, they find an Ashani by على تاليا إيه فتحنا نبينا سيرك هيشتغل فتبسكيش لا Western Agency يعني budget office أدلتي تو أشواريا Navajo National Trust Fund بخار تو أتناش أدلتي أيو he teach not $1,000. Oh, they need a summary of worksheet on this one right here. A summary of each agency so we can see both sides with the trust funds. Housing the Bakaya with on setting they have a different justification for contractual services. Western Agency الطاقة التي أيا بأهنا الشهادة الشيء بين عندي أنا ما بس خليه دام دي هذا الخطوات أنا شاد أرى زهجرة إيميل لليا أتو يستيت عند أيا لكن تجارب الشيء ده budget for veterans جي إيميل بيجي أكيد أنا أين صادق شيء نهاد إلى شتله Chair, Honorable Henio, and my colleagues, Korosh, Maya, FTR, of short funding for 2021. We need to probably, looks like it's going to take some time to take all this budget here. Thank you very much. Turn back to you. Thank you, citizens. Mr. Chair, Dogs, and the sheet of swear and dog. Thank you very much. Go back on mute now. So, hold on. Chair, excuse me, Chair. Chair, this is Delegate Yell here. So, tonight is awesome song. Based on that, that's what Silla. Basically, on Michiki. Navajo Nation Veteran Administration for 10/30/15. You see, the personal positions, 13 positions vacancy. Veteran Service Officer 1, unclassified title, 80 creatures in the handouts, 8 hours vacancy. Out of another vacancy is comp meeting special, unclassified titles. I'm pushing 12. That's there's a lot of vacancy in here. That's it. As a person told me the unclassified titles. It all Thank you very much. Being that committee. Thank you, my colleagues. Yeah.
Delegate Yellow Hair. The plan of operation. This is the unclassified positions. AD will be Sahonai Kwagi, Delegate Amber Crotty, budget modification, UK to a peso, for unclassified. A Hada, Nessa Adonde, Chinley, Crown Point, the shortfalls in the veterans, direct services. National budget modification. But I emotionally I don't know it's such in la.
Oh, Chair, sorry, Chair. I understand that. Because make it specific. Chair, even in the second motion, Ishla. Thank you very much.
With that, back to Office of Management and Budget. I think the request from Delegate Amber Crotty was to help us with the numbers, getting the numbers right. Therefore, with the budget modification, could go forward with the correct numbers. Are you able to do that, Mr. Francis?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, I apologize, but I do now see where OMB, page 4 of their report, those numbers are different from Exhibit A of the legislation we're reviewing. So I do acknowledge those numbers, and I will defer to OMB for the correct numbers. The intent is to restore that reduction. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and on the OMB report, you're talking about line 7, 8, 9, 10, 11?
Yes, Chair. If you look at our Exhibit A, they're not the same numbers. I also think this should be fixed and modified, but I'll defer to you, Chair. Thank you.
Gashina. With that, Mr. Francis, are you still on the line with us? If you're muted, press star twice.
Oh, okay. That was it, done.
Mr. Francis.
All the ones that are 703 numbers, the total comes out to $4,857,500.
Mr. Francis, were you able to get Delegate Amber Crotty's request for assistance from OMB? Mr. Emmett Francis, are you still on the line with us?
Hello.
Hello, is this Emmett Francis?
This is Emmett Francis. I got cut off somehow. As I was saying, the fund type summary, the first fund type summary had the incorrect numbers, and I explained a little bit of why that was. But I sent out a second one to revise those numbers, and it agrees with the Exhibit A numbers for a total of $4,857,500. The revised fund type summary does agree with Exhibit A, and I did send those copies out already, so the committee members should have those in their possession, and I did send it to, I believe I sent it to the advisor, the committee advisor.
Okay, and this was just, when did you send them out?
At least, I think at least a couple of days ago.
You sent it on Tuesday?
I believe so.
Peggy, when did you send out this email, revised email from Mr. Francis?
Chair, I have the email. I can resend it.
Yes, if you would, resend it.
Chairman Henio, if we could also ask OMB to update it on their web. I am using their website as a reference, and I did pull down the veterans OMB report, and so I appreciate that the new report reflects Exhibit A. So I would still just like to use those numbers. Thank you, Chair. Those were the numbers that I was using. I've been using Exhibit A as my source of information. Thank you.
Okay, is that Mr. Bial? Did you get that request? Mr. Emmett, Mr. Dominic Bial?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Delegate Amber Crotty is requesting that. Mr. Francis indicated he has emailed a new correct budget summary report for the veterans, and if the correct copy should be put in place on their website, because that's what we are using as reference.
Emmett, was that okay?
Yeah, he should be using the revised fund type summary with the revised numbers that agree with the Exhibit A.
Okay, with that, I was just requesting that this revised form dated 9/4/20 be put in place of what's currently on the website. That's what we're asking for.
Chairman Henio?
Good, Shemad Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair, and for everyone, these are just technical. On this OMB that was sent out, just so that it reflects, I just want to say that Shiprock and Tuba City are switched, but the numbers look good. But just in terms of reflecting Exhibit A, and something that's missing off of my Exhibit A and this new OMB report is N01-42-7. That's on my Exhibit A, but I do not see it on the new revised OMB dated September 4th. And my numbers, actually, if we look down, my numbers are different from the revised OMB report and my Exhibit A. Thank you, committee members.
Okay, back to OMB. That concern from Delegate Amber Crotty regarding the Exhibit A of this budget.
This is Emmett Francis again. On Exhibit A, you have supposedly a budget for N01427, and there is the amount for that. And that really shouldn't be on Exhibit A because that budget is still there. None of the money has been spent, and it doesn't need a new budget or anything like that. Because it's designated as an in account, it stays there until the funds are all spent or until the account is closed. So that should not even be there.
computer does in a bit.
On the new computer?
Yeah.
Okay, back to somebody, can you mute your phone, please? We can hear you. Okay. Okay, this, committee members, back to, would you have a motion for a budget modification and a second? So any questions on the, motion and second on the budget modification request?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
On the modification, this is to Brody. It sounds like going back to the original budget. Is that why we're replenishing the various agencies? And is this based off the old formula of having veterans monies appropriated prior to what Mr. Zerline is trying to institute by having a correct count and trying to give out a equal distribution? I support the veterans in having the money for them, and if this is a way to go, then I'm in agreement. But reading the memo from Mr. Zerline was saying that certain agencies get more money, but there's not that many veterans. I think that's what it was saying. And if that's the case, then that's my question on to Honorable Crotty and also Mr. Zerline on that initial way of trying to get the veterans funds out to the CVO. And then I also understand too that the CVO are going to be no longer there to provide meetings and to get information from the veterans at their chapter, and all this would be abolished if this budget goes through as is with and I think if we go back to where Honorable Crotty is trying to go, is that the CVOs, are they going to be reestablished? Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
With that, from Vice Chair Smith, back to Shinada, Delegate Amber Crotty, you defer the question to you.
Thank you, Chair. So the intent, Vice Chair Smith, thank you for the question. The intent of the budget modification is to restore the reduction of Veterans Trust Fund to all of the agencies. The second part of your question was regarding, I believe, the meeting expense of chapter CVOs. Included in this budget is, that is on each agency budget form 4. So if you look at your tab, like for Fort Defiance, budget form 1 has, for under budget unit in the 3500s, meeting expense. And that meeting expense per budget form 4 is the meeting expense for the CVOs. So that is intact, and that would be reflected in this, and that would support, that hasn't been changed with the budget that's currently presented to us. The budget modification here would increase the public assistance and other transactions that have been reduced for each agency for our veterans. My goal in this request, once we get the numbers right, is to have that allocation for each CVO as it currently stands. But I thought we needed to address this huge reduction first. And if I'm in order, Chair, that could be my request, that it's broken down by CVO, like how we see on the OMB report, where it's broken down per CVO, so we know how much they will receive. Thank you, Chair. And I'll defer all the numbers to OMB, but I still do have an issue, Chair, regarding the numbers not adding up. OMB's report now has this budget at $10,302,920. So maybe I'll separate that. Maybe that's the next issue. But any other questions, Chairman Smith? So this is to help supplement the reduction, and this is then the goal is to be broken down per CBO, so that we can make sure that veterans, and that's what I heard from the veterans, that they would like to see that broken down, and that's what we can do for them per the budget. Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Okay, back to
this is Doug. Can I ask a question?
Sure, but first, let me defer to OMB first. Delegates later. OMB, if you're still on the line listening, this is a request, and I've asked numerous times to assist the committee with the correct numbers. I'm looking at the fund type summary report, the latest one. For example, Chinle Agency has 726,373, and 2021 the Judiciary Fund has 436,871. What we're asking here is give us a difference amount. What is a different amount here that we would need to put in a budget modification request for each of the agencies? Because there is a decrease in each of the agencies, and therefore what we are asking for is a difference in each agency and what the total amount would be. Therefore, the committee would be aware of what they would need to take from 10-10-30-15 in order to restore the agency amounts. I'm hoping I am making myself clear. Office of Management Budget, if you would crunch the numbers for us, and we'll get back to you. Delegate Carl Slater, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was also a question as to where the money would be coming from to try and restore the difference in the projected revenue and income drop for the trust fund assistance. And if that was one concern, I think that it's important to recognize that I think the idea behind having a trust fund is that you have already set aside the money and the income is the income, and that's what we have to use. Otherwise, if you're constantly supplementing it with additional funding, it kind of defeats the purpose of having a trust fund. The second question is, in terms of how chapters ordinarily were able to use this funding to provide assistance in the community, how is the Veterans Administration going to be responsive to how the CVOs have articulated that concern? That is, they are using the assistance line item to provide services in the community, whether it was wood or meals or winter assistance, and they're now denied that from what has been communicated to me, because that was clawed back to the agency offices in January. So I'm just asking that because I think it's an important consideration for the committee as you're making modifications at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chief, thank you for that comment. Delegate Vice Chair Slater. Back to OMB. Are you ready with the numbers?
I'm just about ready. Just give me about a minute more and I'll be ready. Okay, starting with Chinle Agency, the difference between 20 and 21 is 289,502. So if you want to bring Chinle Agency back up to the 20 numbers, that's what you need to add. For Crown Point Agency, the difference there is $480,086. So that will be added if that's the direction you're going to go. Now, for the funds, for 20, they're getting more money than 20. For 21, they're getting more money at the agency level versus the 20 number. They're getting $256,216 more. And I'm not sure how you want to treat that. Just go back to the FY20 numbers. You would have to reduce that $256,216, and you don't need to add anything. Shiprock Agency, $105,044 is the difference. And then Tuba City Agency, $25,184. And the total difference is $643,600. That's the amount that would be added to the trust funds, and my understanding is that that will be coming from a general fund. But I don't know if that will be coming from the $1,548,000 or something else. So those are the numbers.
Okay, I see how Mr. Francis for that calculation. Now, the second part of the calculation would be is on this budget modification request is to go back to the general funds budget for 10-30-15 and to look at all the unclassified positions that were to be funded, and to take that and apply it to this 600,000 plus figure that you were talking about. Keith, would you be able to do that?
Again, that will take a little time, and I'll be able to do that probably for the next Okay.
Okay, go ahead and begin working while we have more discussion with the committee. So back to Shema, Delegate Amber Crotty. As far as you've heard from Vice Chair Slater, maybe if you want to respond to Vice Chair Slater, then while Emmett is working on crunching the numbers for us.
Thank you, Chair. So again, I want to emphasize that this is a very complicated budget. This is a very, has a lot of history, has a lot of work. And so in my experience, and I'm going to pull up in DIBS real quick, is there has always been an unmet need. When council split to 4% and it starts going into the housing fund, that program has not met the needs of the veterans. And so if you look historically, nearly every year, and I believe, I'm sorry, Vice Chair, but I believe you sponsored a UUFB at one point to help the veterans. And so those are policy areas that we have to look at, and those are areas that I'm going to raise as we move forward with trying to reauthorize the housing fund. There is a large amount of money in that housing fund, and that's why we see that there's not that this trust fund has some challenges in meeting the needs of the veterans and how they advocate. It puts us in a predicament also, because we know there's also other needs out there. So I would ask that we have more public education on the Veterans Trust Fund, more public education about currently what's available for assistance and that average amount, and the intent of the legislation, and that be spearheaded by it could be the oversight with budget and finance, or it could be at Nabaquiatian, where we were having, and the directive was to have a report on veterans on every time we meet at Nabaquiatian, because that's how much attention is needed. Just in terms of clocking hours with this budget here, many hours going in to trying to understand what's happening in the movement of money and the increases and the decreases and who are the winners and who are the losers. I also think, Chair, I could make the recommendation, other things that veterans have been asking is they want to understand the Veterans Trust Fund investment portfolio, and they want to understand that dynamic. And that was discussed. Controller did, and I still have it, it's on my YouTube channel, a breakdown of this, but I think we need more public education so that we can make our decisions based on the realities and the struggles that veterans on the ground are dealing with. Because if we don't get it right here in Window Rock, not only is it a policy implication, as we talk about like at the very home level, veterans have to spend a lot of time in terms of just advocating what's rightfully theirs by law. And so it's my job to read those policies and to fix that, and also identify which policies have been passed in the past that may contribute to the gridlock. And so that's where I'm coming from. If there's a decrease to veterans and an increase to the administration, to me, that's unjust. And in looking for the solution, that's when I realized that this budget was not based on a current plan of operation. And so I really think that this legislation is out of order, but I'm trying to fix or amend with budget modifications so that it reflects what currently is approved for plan of operations. And I would caution the council in whole during this budget process is who is checking the plan of operation to make sure that this is an accurate budget, and who's making sure that these new positions are not just newly created because additional funds were made available. So we also need to maintain the integrity of the budget process. And right now, as I see this budget, it disenfranchises our veterans. And so that's my answer to this question. And actually, Chair, if I'm in order, because the way the budget has been centralized, I think there's only one business unit that we can take from, and I think we can move forward with this conversation as long as we have the numbers to move forward with my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Krishna, thank you for that. Shnada Delegate for that response. That's what I'm asking Mr. Francis to do right now. Is hopefully he can he's ready with the numbers from 10:30. 10:30:15. As far as where the 600 plus thousand will be, hopefully that evens out from the personnel position. So back to OMB, Mr. Francis, are you ready? Yes. While we are waiting, committee members, any further questions regarding the motion and second? Tanoya, I'll defer back to Mr. Francis. Are you still with us?
I'm here and I'm still calculating the numbers.
How much time would you need, Mr. Francis?
Just a few more minutes, probably.
Okay, I guess you're there.
Chair Henry, Vice Chair has a question.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and beat up committee members. You the modification of, especially hearing that Port Defiance is going to be getting an additional amount, and now if we do the amendment or revise or whatever the word is for this, then there's going to be a reduction. I'm not sure how they acquired this funding for Defiance and the other agencies. I heard another agency would be replenished with a minimal amount, and others would be replenished with more amount. Is this basically how it was proposed? That's a question I wanted to ask from Zerline. And now we're saying let's replenish the ones that are lower than what they were supposed to be getting for 2021. 2020, they had, I guess that's a comparison. Is that what is actually happening here, Shenandoah? I'd like to hear from Honorable Crotty and also the sponsor of this, and then also Mr. Zerline. That was my question earlier, but it wasn't answered. I know that he wrote a letter saying this is how he's figuring the distribution of the funds. Chair, thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, I forgot. I apologize. You wanted to hear from Mr. Zwerline regarding this, so I'll defer to Mr. Zwerline first. Regarding the fiduciary funds and the calculation and conclusion as far as how they settled on the amount, Mr. Zwerline?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty?
Yes, Chair. If I may answer Vice Chair Smith, my intention is, and verbally I did not indicate any reduction from any agency, and so I'm asking that number to stay the same. I want to be clear on that question, and this is a budget modification that was presented to this committee by the administration, the Veterans Administration, and so I'm trying to fix that wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Shane, thank you for that clarification on Fort Defiance agency, because that was a question from Mr. Francis also, is that there is an increase, and he's asked the committee what they wish to do with that, but you answered that question. So, Mr. Zwerline?
Thank you, sir. And if I'm understanding these questions correctly, I started losing track of the conversation when we said there was a $900,000 difference. So I need to start at the beginning and making sure that I'm understanding these questions. So if you would indulge me briefly as I ask a few questions of my own. Are we on the same page that the numbers provided from the Office of the Controller in the amount of $4,213,900 is what is being allocated for FY21 for the Veterans Trust Fund? That's my first question.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chairman. It's my understanding that Vice Chair asked a question. So when Mr. Zerline's asking someone on this call a question, help me understand. Is that in the capacity of like a committee member? I just need to know if I need to document or who's going to respond to these questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Zerline, Vice Chair Smith had asked a question to Delegate Crotty and then also to you for a response regarding the fiduciary funds. And one is the reduction. That is, for example, Chinle Agency from 726,373 to 436,871, and how did that come about? And so that was the question you wanted from you, Mr. Zerline, is why were those amounts reduced? If you could answer that.
Understood, Chair. So then to answer that question, I will make some assumptions then. Using the numbers that were provided from the Office of the Controller, I started with the balance of $4,213,900. Then I took the total number of veterans that we have registered with the agency offices, counted those numbers up, and I received a number for each agency. Each agency was then calculated what percentage of the total veteran population does that agency represent. And those numbers came up with Chinle Agency representing just over 10% of the veteran population. So they would get a corresponding 10% of the $4.213 million. Fort Defiance Agency had 33% of the veteran population, so they got 33% of the $4.213 million. That's how those numbers were derived at. That's why there is such a drastic difference compared to if the money was distributed using the 50-50 formula. So you can see on that spreadsheet that I provided that it does have agency totals. So if we were to use the 50-50 method of distribution, looking at Chinle Agency, where last year they received $731,000, this year using 50-50, they would receive $630,000. So it would be a very slight reduction in the amount of roughly $100,000. But it goes back to what becomes the fair distribution, and that's what my spreadsheet further shows. So if we are using 50-50, Chinle then will no longer be getting the $436,000, they would then be getting $630,000. So, Vice Chair, I hope that answers your question, sir.
Back to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio and Mr. Zerline, and also Honorable Crotty. For the record, I'm not trying to single out any statements regarding the deduction. I'm just going off of what I heard off of OMB. OMB was saying this amount, that amount, and if we do this, this amount would be deducted. That's what kind of caught my ear on behalf of my question. But the way that Mr. Zerline had explained this, is he's getting the number count from the veterans within the agency and then doing a percentage on that. And I guess that's why some of the funding has dwindled down rather than, I think he's saying, rather than doing the 50-50 formula based off of voters, it's not really conducive to how many veterans are actually within certain agencies. I think that's what he's getting at. Yet, like I said earlier, the agencies are opposing that formula. I'm sure some are saying, "Well, wait a minute, we're not being equally represented, and we're ending up getting a reduction rather than an increase." I think we really need to have our veterans be counted thoroughly. But the unheeded and veterans, sometimes we say, I don't need to be counted. I don't need to be helped. Even the census is counting right now. Some folks are saying, well, why should you count me? Why should you count other folks in my household? We're not going to get no help. That's kind of mentality, attitude, and that does hurt the census, or that does hurt the veteran count in order to get funding directly to the veterans for their needs. That's why it brought my thoughts to, if I vote for this, then I'm actually deducting out of Fort Defiance Agency at a certain amount. I don't remember how much OMB said, and I don't know if Fort Defiance Agency is willing for me to go up to bat for that. But I see how Honorable Crotty's doing this, and I'm not against her intentions, but in reality, if the count is like that, and if the count is on behalf of that, it's going to be hard to make things fair is fair. I guess that's what we're trying to do for the veterans. I'm for all veterans. I'm for all veterans to ensure that they are helped across the Navajo Nation. Not just my agency, but I want to make sure that they're counted and make sure that they are aware of how we're trying to work this out. Either way we go, there's always going to be concern, questions, things that will be brought up. But that's my concern, Chair, and my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Crotty responded back to the Fort Defiance Agency and made it clear that her intent was not to reduce what is proposed to be allocated in 2021. It will remain at $1.4 million and not revert back down to 1.1. So her intent is to keep the 1.4 for Fort Defiance Agency as it is proposed. It's just increasing the others that have been decreased because of the figures that were given by the Office of the Controller to Mr. Zwerland. Hopefully that's understood, Vice Chair Smith. Back to Mr. Francis at OMB. Do you have the final numbers?
Chair Hanio, this is Vice Chair. Well, OMB still trying to get their figures in place.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Hanio. If that's the intent, then that's really good. I'm glad that Honorable Crotty's looking out for the veterans and speaking up for the veterans. And yes, by all means, I'll support this means of trying to get other veterans that have been in a deficit or going to be in the avenue of not getting fully funded. So thank you for that clarification. Thank you for the discussion.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for that. Back to you, Mr. Francis at Office of Management and Budget.
Okay. This is Mr. Francis. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amount of all the new positions plus the fringe benefits comes out to I lost my number here. Hold on. The amount of all the new positions that were added, 382,554. Adding the fringe benefit that go along with those new positions would be $183,167. And you add the two numbers, the amount that could be available from the new positions would be 565,721. And if you look at that number, 565,721 against what would be the increases, the total increases would be, including leaving the Fort Defiance Agency with a 256,216 increase over FY20. The total amount that will be needed to restore the trust funds to the other agencies will be 899,816. And as I mentioned, I calculated 565,721 that is available. So the 565,721 would not cover all the increases back up to FY20. That total is 899,816 if you leave Fort Defiance at the same level, 1,407,922. So those are the numbers that, and those are fairly rough numbers. So those numbers would have to be pretty much firmed up. So that's my report.
Krishna, thank you, Mr. Francis, for giving us the numbers. And so back to the committee, as far as this budget modification motion and second goes, we do have the numbers to move forward for a vote. And but I'll defer to Shananta Delegate Amber Crotty regarding the shortfall of restoring them to 100%. It would be 334,095 is the shortfall. If we could, Fort Defiance remains at 1,407,922. So with this, I'll defer back to you on your budget modification.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure, I appreciate the numbers. Shania, can you just let me know for that total, so what's the difference that I need to look for to correct this? How many positions did you identify? Were they just the new positions?
Those were basically the new positions that were added to the budget this year.
How many positions, Mr. Francis?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 positions.
Okay, thank you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Chair, this is Peggy. There's 11 unclassified positions. There's another one on the back page, the second page.
Mr. Francis, did you get that?
Yes, I heard that.
So back to Mr. Francis, would that change your figures then?
I'm basically just counting the new positions that are vacant. There were some positions that were abolished and some positions that were being reclassified, and I didn't count those.
I think we're looking at the unclassified position, Mr. Francis. Okay, so back to Shanada Delegate Crotty. Before we call for the question on the numbers. Chair Henry, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. Well, they are looking at the numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Go ahead, Vice Chair Smith. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. OMB read out the numbers, and OMB said that these are figures, and now we're looking at the correction of positions. My question goes to OMB. If we do pass this, like Vice Chair Slater said earlier, where do we get the funding to replenish that? Is that a concern, or is there funds can be manipulated to ensure that we accomplish this task? That's the question I have, Chair. Where is the additional or to cover this request? Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, to clarify your question, when you say the where the money would come from to replenish this, replenishing, you mean the general funds budget or the judiciary funds budget?
Thank you, Chair. I guess that's where I'm a little confused on where we're going with this. Maybe you can kind of enlighten me on which direction this modification is going. Thank you.
Commissioner Vice Chair Smith, the motion for budget modification and the second is to follow the plan of operation that is currently in place for the Navajo Veterans Administration And with that, though, the question came up is, you have 10 positions that are unclassified, and there's a budget number associated with those unclassified positions. And it seems like that is not in line with the plan of operation. And it was concurred by our Veterans Director, Mr. Zwerlein, that it was not following the plan of operation, but that's how it was, the budget was developed. So now with the budget modification is to look at those 10 unclassified positions with their salary plus fringe benefits and move them to the fiduciary funds budget to replenish the shortfalls for Chinle Agency, Crown Point Agency, Red Cross, and to the city agency. And that is where the Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Francis, had given us the numbers to use as a point for the budget modification. And the 10 positions, along with their fringe benefits, came up to $565,721. And you go back to the fiduciary funds, the shortfall is $899,816. So if you put the two together, there is still a shortfall of $334,095 for the fiduciary funds budget. Hopefully that clarifies the whole budget modification. Motion and second, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. General Gadita. Needed positions again. I think on I just get positions there. Positions Ilya Chuka Bandit any ish that whole one bando on the shash. Yeah, I guess I could ask Mr. Zerline, those positions are supposed to be utilized to build homes? Is that what is going on, or what was these positions for?
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, question to Mr. Zwerlein is that the 10 unclassified positions that we were talking about, what was the intent of those positions? Was it to build the homes for the veterans? Is part of his question.
Thank you, sir, for the question. The answer is a little bit more complicated than the question is presuming. The 10 positions that are being added, they are not related to the housing program. But on the other side of that equation, there were 2 positions that were omitted, that were deleted, that were abolished, that were related to the housing program. And the intent of the housing program legislation amendments that we are trying to push through, that would fund the positions for the housing program. So when the housing program goes away, those positions go away. But if the legislation does not include the funding authorization for those positions, then when we bring those positions back, they would have to be required to the general fund, which are not currently included in the budget documents. I hope that answers the question. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and then the intent of the 10 positions, what were they going to be doing?
The 10 positions, there was actually 11 positions being created. One of the positions was located at the central administration. It was a deputy executive director. The other 2 positions were 2 at each of the 5 agencies. Each of the 5 agencies was going to get a program supervisor whose responsibility would be for the administration of the veterans program at the agency level, thereby freeing up the veteran services officers to get out of the office and actually get out into the veteran community and make sure that they're doing welfare checks on veterans, providing direct services in the field, making themselves more accessible to the veterans instead of requiring the veterans to come to the agency office. The second position at 4 of the agencies was the addition of an office specialist, And the fifth agency was the addition of an office assistant. The fifth agency is the Chin Lee agency, which already has an office specialist but does not have an office assistant. Based on the volume of paperwork that each of the agency offices is currently doing, only with the veterans assistance requests, the 2 to 3 people currently in the offices cannot keep up with the paperwork demand. So the addition of that office personnel plus the program supervisor allows the staff to be able to process the veterans' requests faster and get them their financial assistance even quicker. And that is one of the biggest issues that the veteran population has had, is the time it takes for them to actually request the assistance to the time they actually get that assistance in their hand. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dwelling. Vice Chair Smith, hopefully that answers your question. And I'll defer back to Shinanta Delegate Amber Crotty regarding the numbers that were presented by Office of Management and Budget, as we need to move forward on this motion in a second.
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned that the OMB report, my budget form for this Veterans Administration is dated August 24th, 20. I need first to make sure that that's the right document, because this document is asking for $2 million. I have $2,014,790. If I could just make sure I have the right document, because I think that's where my numbers, I know that this program got $900,000 more dollars, so maybe the question to the program is, where is that money at? Please identify it. That's the money I want to modify to give back to the veterans. Chair.
First part of the question is to Office of Management and Budget. Delegate Crowdy is stating that she does have a form that's dated August 24th, 2020. Is this the correct budget form is the question, or is there a different one? Ryan B., are you still there?
Yes, sir. The only numbers that I have is the general fund numbers for $1,548,000, which is consolidated at the central office. There's no longer any agency numbers. And then on the fiduciary or the Veteran Trust Fund monies, the number for FY21 is, the total is $4,213,900. And then the housing is $3,188,060. Those are the numbers I have. I don't know. Trying to figure out where that $2 million is coming from. I'm not sure.
Mr. Francis, there is a form dated August 24th, 2020. I believe that's what Delegate Crotty is reading from. Are you familiar with that form?
No, I don't know. She seems like she has different numbers or something that. And I'm looking at the fund type summary where I have all the numbers, including the revised numbers on the FY20 Veteran Trust Funds that go out to the agencies.
Okay, on the first part, back to Shenandoah Delegate Amber Crotty. I believe what Mr. Francis is referring to is what was just recently emailed out to us. So could you provide him a little clarification of what form you are looking at? Is it the actual budget form for Veteran Administration or the fund type summary?
Thank you, Chairman Henio, for your patience. I'm trying to maintain patience here. I received a binder, and I have in my binder a budget form 1A that's signed August 10th, and then I have another budget form 1B that's signed August 24th. I want to be able to, what budget forms are accurate, Chair, that we can refer to so that I could identify business unit numbers for this modification to fulfill the full reduction, Chair. Thank you. If it's a digital, just tell me the email, time, date, and I will pull it up. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Francis, what Delegate Crotty is referring to is the actual budget form that was signed by the program and was signed by Mr. Paulson Chaco. Do you have that form?
Yeah, I have it. Actually, I'm not sure what 1A and 1B is. I do have the budget, and there's two different budget form. One of them which agrees with the allocation from the office of the president is 1,548,000 or 1,548,000, and that's the number that's on the budget type summary. And there's another form, budget form 1, that has 2,066,306, which does not agree with the allocation from the president's office. So, and those are the budgets I have, or at least the budget form 1s that I have.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there, OMB, Mr. Francis, is this the current budget form that OMB is working off of, or is there another updated form from the Office of Veterans Affairs? Okay, well, Mr. Francis is looking through that. Mr. Zwerlein, the second part of the question from Shenandoah Delegate Amber Crotty is that there was an increase in allocation to 10/30/15 of over close to a little over $900,000. And the question was, where is that money going to, the increased allocation?
Thank you for the question, sir. So if I'm understanding it correctly, what the Veterans Administration has done for FY21 is we have consolidated our general fund business units, 7 different business units, into one business unit. So when we say last year we had $530,000 for 10/30/15, and this year $1,548,000, that is not taking into account the fact that there was that $230,000 at 10/30/16 and on down the line for 17, 18, 19, and 20. We are getting rid of those business units. So the operating expenses, the personnel expenses that would have been associated with those business units are now consolidated under the central administration business units. So that puts all of our spending coming out of one business unit and the various sub-accounts therein. I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Zwilling. Okay, back to Office of Management Budget, Mr. Francis. The question regarding the budget forms that we, Delegate Crowdy is referencing. Is there an updated form that is being referenced? Because third question still stands regarding that $2 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. The only number that comes to close to $2 million is the second budget form 1 that has $2,066,306, and that is way over the allocated amount of $1,548,000. So the budget that I'm working with is the one for $1,548,000. Again, as explained earlier, that those funds used to go to the agency. Now it's all consolidated into the central office in Window Rock. There won't be any money going to the agencies and stuff. So I don't know if the $2 million that was referenced to is another budget that was submitted. It seemed like there were 2 budgets, but the only budget that is acceptable right now is the budget that meets the allocation from the Office of the President. The other one, at this point, we can't consider because it exceeds the allocation.
Kushina, thank you for that, Mr. Francis. So back to Delegate Crowdy. Hopefully that answers the 2 questions he had.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I just need to know the correct budget forms. I'll try to do my best. But I did ask the question on the $900,000 increase to the administration. Where was that budget? I'd like to know those business units. And just, not so much commentary, I just need to know what page so I can highlight them so I could do this budget modification. There's other areas to take, like from travel, supplies, but I'd rather just focus on what was the increase. Thank you, Chair.
Krishna, thank you for that clarification. Back to Mr. Zwerlein, as far as the question regarding the $900,000 increase and Delegate Amber Crotty's requesting for actual business unit or line item numbers where this money had been allocated, so she could highlight them as we move along. So if you would, Mr. Zwerlein.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question. The additional $900,000 came from what would have been allocated to the 5 agency business units. When the budget form 1A shows the funding, that number of the 1.5 million in column B for the proposed budget is only in personnel. That was done to specifically highlight our request that we require our carryover funds from FY20 to be able to operate. The budget form 1B was included to be able to show you how that funding would be distributed if we got our carryover. When we talk about the sub-accounts to know where to be able to pull the funding from, right now, the budget that would be required for personnel would be $1.139 million, exactly as it was last year. So when we look at column A, that is how the budget would be broken out, almost 100% in its entirety. When you look at budget form 1B, that's how we want to distribute the funds into the different sub-accounts for fiscal year 21. The number that will change if we are not going to be fully funded for the personnel for the positions that are not yet authorized for the plan of operation, then that is the only line item that will go down. And it will go down from the 1.614 million down to, it should be roughly 1.139 because of the general wage adjustment that was done last year. So I hope that provides some clarification, and thank you for the question.
Mr. Zwerlein, thank you for that. Back to our committee. Delegate Amber Crotty, hopefully that helps you.
Chairman Henio, again, this budget process is, there's a time and there's a space for what you show is your unmet need. If someone can review these documents, if we're only going off of budget form 1A, the only thing that I should have in my document here for this budget is a breakdown of the 2000s, the personal expense, for $1.5 million. So I can identify what needs to be modified. I don't need to see like a future budget or what's wanted, and that could be like unmet needs, I guess. I just need a budget that reflects this 1.5 million, and I'm not seeing the $900,000 increase. I completely understand that there was a central grab of power and took all the money from the agencies, put it under the central administration. I see that here. What I need a budget for the personal expenses for this $1.5 million. That's what I need to see. And if that was the same budget as last year, I need to know, and this is my request, where's the $900,000 increase at? If your general funds is the same amount from last year, I just need to identify where the $900,000 were used. Chairman Henio, if that's not clear, please help me understand what's not clear. And I can rephrase my question, but I need budget forms that reflect these this request. Right now, what I have are budget forms that not only ask for personnel, but in looking through this, there's also fleet, mileage, personal travel, meetings, supplies, lease, and rentals. I just need to know what is the budget that was passed by the committee that we're recommending today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Sheena, back to Chairman Sewell, Daniel Sewell. Are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Sheena, there's a question from Delegate Crotty as which budget was passed by the Health, Education, Human Services Committee? It seems like there are two budgets that were sort of, hinted, if I can use that word, by OMB. And so we just, that's the first part of the question. And then the rest is for Mr. Zwerlein.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hines, Otto, Shema. Thank you for really taking this budget with your critical eye to ask these questions that get to the heart of the matter of what the election, or the Veterans Administration is doing. Basically, the budget that was presented and where we have done the revisit was the two-line budget. One where the committee knows that Veterans Administrator Zwerlein took all the agency operations money, staff money, and centralized it to Window Rock into the central administration budget. The other line item was to do all the veterans assistance to the 5 agencies. That was using general fund monies. So that's the budget that we adopted. And again, what the pervading question was, how do we restore the chapter assistance monies? And we basically had Attorney General, DOJ attorneys, as well as Chief Legislative Counsel, and they conferred, and that was why we tabled and didn't revisit until 8/31, August 31. And at that point, Chief Legislative Counsel basically told us that the funds from the Veterans Assistant didn't allow for 50-50 formula, and that the plan of operation that the committee approved in January of this year allowed the veteran administrator to come up with to develop a formula. And so the committee felt like their hands were tied, but we did adopt legislative concerns are part of the budget that, part of the forms that are presented as part of the budget. So that's where we're at. And again, the members of the committee had expressed that they really wanted to restore the chapter assistance funds. And of course, the pervading item that just, like I said, felt where the committee felt like their hands were tied was the letter from Chief Legislative Counsel. So in that respect, and as we move up the ladder from HES to BNF, I'd like to, I'm very encouraged that we can restore the funding as per Honorable Amber Crotty is doing. And right now, the HES delegates are on the listening to the deliberations of the BNF. I text them that, hey, this is a red-face moment for HES, and so they're on the call. And so in that respect, then certainly we have our work cut out for us. If this isn't accomplished at the BNF, we'll attempt to change it at the NABI and at the council. And the attempt to centralize all the budget controls at the central certainly works against every aspect of another aspect of local governance act, the decentralization of services, and so those are some things that we in philosophy we need to keep pushing on. Thank you, Honorable Chair Hino, for letting me join in the discussion of the BNF committee deliberations. Mr. Chair.
Chairman Daniel Sir, with that. Back to Mr. Zerline regarding the increase in allocation, and also specifically what business unit line item numbers were used in this increased allocation, if you're able to respond back, Mr. Zerline.
Thank you, sir. The business units that were used were 1030-16, 1030-17, 1030-18, 1030-19, 1030-20. The allocation that would have gone to those business units is what went into 1030-15. The budget form 4s that support the allocations into the different sub-accounts for the $1,548,000 budget is the page marked 6A. It would also be 7A, but I just saw that 7A is blank. So when we break out the budget, where does that $1.5 million go? That is reflected in page 6A that should be in the binders. Doing the math here, no matter how I do the math, I'm not coming up with any numbers that equate to $900,000. The money that would have been allocated based under last year's numbers for those 5 agency offices came up to $1,018,000, and that's been consolidated under the 1030-15 account. So as we are continuing the discussion, I'm trying to get math to work out to those same numbers, but those are the documents that I have. The document 6A indicates where that 1.5 goes. It specifies that $1,055,864 is going to regular employment salary, and that $492,136 is going to fringe benefits. It further specifies under 2110 that the executive director is only getting a salary of $28,011 for the entire fiscal year under this budget. So if we are talking about pulling money and reallocating, that would likely be the account that it comes from, but that means it will start unfunding personnel accounts that are already staffed. There's already a person occupying those positions. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you for that response, Mr. Zwerlein. Okay, back to, I believe I got a text message. Is Dana Barboff on the line? Our Chief Legislative Counsel, Mr. Barboff.
Yes, Chairman, and here I am.
Okay, I understand that you wanted to speak to this motion and second that we're currently deliberating.
Actually, Chair, I had wanted to just speak a little bit earlier. Really what I just wanted to explain to the committee at the time that so I'm sure the committee does not need a recap from me on the various funding sources of two veterans. There's, of course, general funds, and then through the trust fund, there's a distribution of the 4% set-aside amount. That goes to the half of it, approximately half of it goes to the administration, and then half of it goes to the housing program. There is also then the expenditure of the trust fund income, which is different than the set-aside amount. But the income goes to the Veterans Financial Assistance Program. And what I wanted to point out to the committee at the time you were engaged in discussions about it was that the Veterans Trust Fund at section, it's at 12 NMC 1176, it states that all trust fund income distribution shall be determined pursuant to all eligible Navajo veterans and distributed among those applicable Navajo Nation chapters. So I just wanted to point out that there is some verbiage that requires the trust fund income, which goes to your financial assistance, that is required. The number of Navajo veterans is the number that needs to be used in any distribution, in any 50-50 type distribution plan, as opposed to the number of registered voters. Thank you, Chair. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you for coming back to me.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Barboff. But then I'll defer back to Shananta Delegate Amber Crotty regarding your questions. We've heard from Chairman Daniel So and also our Veterans Program Director, Mr. Zwerlein.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And with the, I do need to state that I realize now that the budget form, there's two sets of budget forms, and so the numbers are different. And so I want to recognize that. And I think OMB, at this point, we did the best we can in finding available dollars based on the current plan of operation. So I'm going to ask for that budget modification with the understanding
I believe, was 565,720. If that could be used to restore those agency unmet needs. I don't have the exact breakdown, but I believe in equity. So maybe it could just be divided by 4, or I'm sorry, that won't work. So what I would just need recommendation how to, if we could just restore like the unmet need, or yeah, the reduction using that money, and then create an unmet need for Exhibit E for the remaining. I still need to look for $334,095. Sure. Right. Do I need to give you like a business unit? So from business unit 10, 30, 15, since it's all consolidated, I'd like to modify and add that into the new. I just don't have the numbers for Chinle, Crown Point, Tuba City, and Shiprock because Fort Defiance already received an increase. Their increase, Vice Chair, is 256,216. So I don't know if OMB needs exact numbers. All I need is like a minute, and I could crank out how to allocate this, how to reallocate these new positions from Budget Form 5.
Back to Mr. Francis. Could you give us a rundown of the numbers again? Only the decreased numbers for Chinle, Crown Point, Shiprock, and Tuba City.
Okay, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, the reduction for Chinle, 289,502. For Crown Point, $480,086. For Shiprock, $105,044. And Tuba City, $25,184. And those are the numbers.
Christina, thank you for that. And then also, as part of the question was that business unit numbers, Ziggy. What numbers do you need from the committee so this budget modification could be developed by OMB?
Okay, Pete. Can do that.
OMB, are you working on the business unit numbers?
The trust fund numbers will still have the agency numbers because that's the way the budget is developed. It's not done by the chapter numbers. Those will need new 703 numbers. And I think the budget uses the chapter 703 numbers. Those are not the proper numbers to use. It would have to be new 703, and the last 3 numbers would be just XXX. Now, for any additional number, if it's coming from the general fund, it would also have the 103 XXX number. And the business unit numbers for both of those would need to be established once the budgets are approved. At this point, the final three numbers for those two at the agency level would just be XXX until we get new numbers, because this is a new set of budgets and a new additional amount that might be added, and that would be general fund numbers. So it would be 103 XXX for the 4 additional amounts that might be added to the budget. We can't assign business unit numbers at this point. We'll have to wait until it goes through the whole process. Then at that point, we'll assign new business unit numbers.
Good, Shane. With that, back to you, Shannon. I'll get Amber Crotty. Does that provide clarification?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm good with that. Thank you, Shania, for your assistance. And I just want to state for the record, on the Navajo Veterans Advisory, that's where it was reported that there was $900,000 more dollars. So maybe it's just the accuracy of the minutes that are distributed. Thank you, Chair.
Kashina, thank you for that. So we'll wait for you to get your numbers before we do the final vote.
So, Chair, if I'm in order, I'd like to, I'm going to need help but this is my intent. So, from this 565,720 from the new positions to restore Shiprock Agency, their reduction is 64,896. Tuba City, 65,332. Chinle, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. And then Chinle, 289,502. I'm just trying to find the balance here. You know, as delegates, we really do our own stunts with this budget here. I have my little iPhone out. 289,502. And so it looks like there's a remaining 145,990 if that could be given to Crown Point, and the remaining unmet need to be added to Exhibit E. Thank you, Chair. And I'll defer to OMB on the correct numbers, but that's if that could be the intent, or I'm open to suggestions. Thank you, Chair.
Kashina, with that, OMB, were you able to capture all the numbers?
I didn't get all the numbers.
Okay. If I have my math, let's see here. For the Chinle Agency, it's $289,502.
Okay.
That would be the number allocated for the, and then for Crown Point Agency would be $145,190.
Okay.
And then if you go to Shiprock Agency, it's $65,000, and I wasn't able to get the last three numbers. My delegate, Crotty, what was $65,000? What was that?
I believe for Tuba City, Chair, is 65,332, and I'm willing to be wrong on those numbers. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with Tuba City, the only difference was $25,000 184. That was the shortfall for Tuba City.
Tuba City, I have 25,184.
So that was the shortfall. So you'll be giving more to Tuba City.
Chair, if I can, if the number, what I'm just trying to do is whatever was the reduction. So if my numbers are wrong, I could defer to OMB, but I would like to see that. Thank you.
Okay, for that, Mr. Francis. You would put some more numbers for us with what we have so far?
Yeah.
Yes, Chair, I do have the corrected numbers. So it is, Tuba City shortfall is 25,184. Thank you. I do see that.
Okay, Sheena. So, Mr. Francis.
There's actually...
So, in a sense, Daniel Gikari, with this modification, the 100% restoration would be to Chinle Agency and Tuba City Agency, and then the remaining for partial restoration would be to Crown Point and to Shiprock Agency. Is that how I'm looking at the numbers that you're giving me?
Thank you, Chair. With apologize. So let me, with that, I'm just trying to give some equity here. In seeing the numbers, Chair, I think in terms of equity, if we could do 20,000 to Tuba City.
Have a few minutes because he needs help with some contracts. Okay. So it's okay? Yeah.
I need some help with numbers here, so who's ever helping with contracts. So I'm going to do 20,000 with Tuba City. I am going to do 80,000 for Northern.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
I can call back in with those numbers, Chair.
Let's take a short recess while you do the numbers. It's 10 minutes till 2 o'clock. So everybody, let's call back in at 2 o'clock. By that time, we should have the numbers in order, and we'll move forward with the motion in a second. So 2 o'clock. Okay, Peggy, Ramona, are you on the line?
Chairman, this is Ramona.
Ramona, are you on the line?
Yes, this is Ramona.
Ah, shit.
Hi, whoever just pressed your, please put your phone on mute. Thank you.
Ramona, if you can do a roll call for us.
Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, September 10, 2020, time 2:02 p.m. Jimmy, can you?
I'm here, present.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Reagan Smith Jr.
Oh, Shanella, here.
Okay. Thank you, Shanella. Jimmy Yellow Hair. Jimmy Yellow Hair. Amber P. Begay.
Present.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Begay. Thank you. Amber Kenneth Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Crowdy is present. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir David. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, we have 4 members present at this time.
Did you get mine? Sure. Dr. Begay.
Yes, I did, Elmer.
Okay, we have 4 or 5 members.
We have 4 members present.
Katrina, you got with that. Let's move forward with the motion on the budget modification. And I believe we do have all the numbers. Have they been emailed out to the committee members? The doc, Delegate Crowdy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I did email out the unmet needs using the OMB document. And so looking at what we can use that has been identified, Chairman, I did text the committee, so I'll read from the top. So from that business unit to give Chinle Agency 200,000, Eastern 265,720, Northern 80,000, and Western 20,000. And my numbers, that equals 665,720. Thank you, Chair. And with this, I'd like to add that there is an unmet need to be added to Exhibit E of, my numbers are $334,095, and if needed, I could break down the agency's unmet need. Thank you, Chair.
Question with that, the total as far as getting back to what BNF had provided us with, 565,721 is what we can effectively work with. But you mentioned that the total for the new allocation comes up to 600 and what was it? 600? How many thousand?
Chairman Henyo, the amount that's been identified by OMB with the new positions is 565,720.
Yes. Yes. So your revised allocations comes out to 565,720.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, I was trying to do something here, but Katrina, with that, committee members, any questions or comments regarding what is being presented as a budget modification? Vice Chair Haley, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Chair.
just for clarification, the total amount that was added up is just to replenish those that have deficit. That's what I understand it, and Fort Defiance is left alone. Thank you.
As we had stated 2 times earlier, Vice Chair, Fort Defiance remains unchanged.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. With this, did Ms. Francis receive a copy from the Delegate Ambricati?
I can, I don't have his email, but I can forward it to him right now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Francis, what's your email?
Chair, this is Peggy. I emailed it to him.
Katrina, thank you for that. So once he receives it, then he can chime into. Mr. Francis, are you there? Was Mr. Francis back with us, or anybody from OMB? Okay, so back to our committee on Delegate Ambricati. So what I received here, let me see, I got the right thing. Was an email that has OMB and NVA budget modification, and then there, when I open it up, there's on the next to the totals, there's let's say Chinle Agency has a minus 289,502. Is that what we're looking at?
Thank you, Chairman, for the question. Yes, so the document I submitted is titled OMB NNVA budget modification. So I altered this OMB, tried to use their numbers. Column M is the unmet need that we have discussed for each agency. Column N is the budget modification that equals 565,720, and I just forward the breakdown of the unmet need. So Chinle Agency still needs 89,502. Eastern still needs 214,366. Northern still needs 25,044, and Western still needs 5,184. If that could be forwarded to Mr. Francis, I am trying to make. I just don't have them in my system, Chair. So I could forward it once, or if our staff can assist. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I do have it now. Sure. So that Delegate Elmer Begay.
Okay. So looking at this budget for Fort Defiance Agency for veterans can be 1.4 it will be 1,407,922. Is that how much it's going to be allocated for Porter Points Agency total?
Oh, that was the original proposal from the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, and with this budget modification, that stays the same. It remains unchanged.
So actually, when the modification made is going to be $256,216. Is that how I read it?
That was original increase, Yande, originally, when the budget was submitted by Mr. Zwerlein. That was the increase for Fort Defiance. And with this modification, it stays the same.
So it's the same. That's the only thing that I'm confusing on it.
Oh, that stays the same. That stays unchanged. It doesn't. The budget modification that is being proposed does not touch that.
Okay, I'll be on that. Thank you.
So just the others, there'll be a small increase in those areas, taking money from the personnel, unclassified positions from the administration.
Okay.
Okay, with this, I think we're pretty much clear, and OMB is not responding. So with this, if we can move forward, as far as it sounds like we are clear with the committee as far as the intent of this budget modification. And so with this, so I'll call for the question if there's no other further questions. And Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Delegate Amber Cotty.
Delegate Amber Kines-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Okay. The backup. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. I have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair not voting also. So budget modification 1 passes. Back to the main motion, committee members. Are there any questions or comments on the main motion?
Sure.
Delegate Elmer Begay.
I wanted to pose this question, but right now, very simple. Is, we know that the veterans, all they need is home. I think that's a priority. So, with this plan that we got from Veterans Administration, so how many houses will be built for these veterans in each agency or chapters?
Okay, regarding the veterans housing, the question is to Mr. Zwerlein is, how many homes are slated for each agency for each chapter? Are you able to answer that, Mr. Zwerlein?
Thank you for the question, sir. The answer to the question, can we provide numbers by chapter, is no. When we take a look at the list, it depends on where the homeless veterans are. And when we actually get to building, we are, by current law, we are only allowed to build 15 homes per agency per year. So we are limited to the number that we can build, and where we build is only determined by who's on the waiting list. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response. Shenandoah, Delegate Elmer Begay, does that answer your question?
Yeah, but is it already? Can you provide that information? Who's be getting homes and where it's going to be?
Based on the waiting list, Mr. Zurline, did you provide that information to Mr. Delegate Elmer Begay?
The information that I can provide, sir, is the names of applications that we have. Once the new policies have been approved by oversight, we have to rescreen those applications to ensure that they actually meet the criteria. This is pursuant to the Auditor General's report that was issued in 2017, where we were giving homes to individuals who were not veterans and were not homeless. So all of the pending applications that we have, they have to be re-verified. But I can provide a list by agency that is broken down by chapter of who is on the waiting list. I can provide that as soon as I get back to my office. Thank you.
Okay, with that, back to Shenandoah, Delegate Elmer Begay. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I guess for now, but I thought it was already been planned who's been selected and already been screened it and who qualified and everything. I guess we still have to wait again then. All right.
Kushina, any other questions, committee members? I'd like to know, we spent over 5 hours on the budget modification, but we got it right. We got it going. So I'll call for the question on the main motion. Moving forward the budget for Health Education Human Services Committee, AU-11. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Shenandoah Vice Chair Smith. Green. Okay, other Shenandoah. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Delegate Amber Cannon-Balcrotty will vote green. There still needs to be more modifications. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Other Shenandoah. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Shenandoah, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'll vote green.
Okay, Shane, going back up. Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Shenandoah, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. We have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair and Delegate Nathaniel Brown not voting. We'll vote green. Who's this? Delegate Yellowhair. Green. So we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Delegate Nathaniel Brown not voting. We'll move forward. This is our next.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Go ahead, Shema. Delegate Crotty.
Thank you for your patience. My question is, was there a request for carryover? Is that part of this resolution that we're moving forward? Or is that something we need to flag in this discussion? Thank you, Chair.
I believe that's something that we need to flag on this discussion. So when we come to carryovers, we can bring this back up.
Chair, this is Peggy. May I?
Go ahead, Peggy.
Could you repeat the vote again, please? We're kind of like trying to figure out who all voted.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair voted green. Vice Chair Smith voted green. Delegate Amber Crotty voted green. And Delegate Elmer P. Begay voted green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown did not vote.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Christina. Then let's move forward to thank you, Chair. Chairman Daniel So for being on the call with us. Peggy, is this only 2 Health Education and Human Services Committee resolutions for a revisit?
I believe so, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Shana, therefore I'm gonna release the Health Education Human Services. I believe all of the committee members were listening into. Chairman Daniel So, Vice Chair Carl Slater, Pernell Halona, Paul Begay, and Edison Wanika, and Charlene So. I believe they were all on the line listening in. Thank you for listening in on this discussion.
Chair, this is Kristen. We have Phoenix Indian Center, which is under Doty's budget.
I don't remember that being a revisit. Peggy?
Chair, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. Hopefully the chair of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is still on the call. What happened was that we were notified by the Doty informing us that the Phoenix Indian Center had been receiving proprietary funds over the years, and this year they were left out of the budget, and the center was asking about its budget allocation, and so we started checking into that. And the investment section of the controller's office indicated that they do have $400,000 that they receive, and I did forward the Budget and Finance Committee resolution to you all. It was passed in 2018 pertaining to the matter. It's funding from a settlement for the Phoenix Indian School. And perhaps the Legislative Council can provide guidance on this, on how to proceed on this matter.
My question is that part of the revisit?
Can I speak? This is Joseph Cole.
It's a new issue, Chair. Basically, it's kind of like the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office's issue. They were not allocated any proprietary funds too, and so that's one of the items that we need to discuss as well. But the Phoenix Indian Center gets an annual allocation, but this year, for some reason, they were not included, and so the Office of the Controller, I believe, needs to have this discussion with Budget and Finance on what happened.
Okay, but we need to move forward with our official revisit stuff. So that's my question was, if it's not a revisit, then we need to put this towards the end. But we can bring it up when the controller comes up. The next item on our agenda is revisit the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. Is Ms. Thomas available?
Yes, sir, I'm on. Chair, Honorable Chair Jamie Hino, so I'll be leaving the call. But if and when this particular issue with Phoenix Indian Center comes back, please have staff email me to give me an alert. Thank you. And here, BNF committee members, I seen legacy gita in the shortness. So here, quite a base of being on the seas that another on it. Here, what ails Suche here.
She got on to check for that being patient be patient with us, and as we move forward, though, then we'll discuss this some more at Napakayati. With this, is Chairman Rick Nez, RDC, still on the line with us? Do we have a representative from Resource and Development Committee on the line?
We could move on to law and orders now.
Chairwoman Edina Charles-Hinton, thank you for listening in also. We're looking for Chairman Rick Nez or any representative from RDC. We are on Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office right now. Our controller, Ms. Perlin Kirk, are you on the line?
Yes, Chair, this is Perlin Kurt, Controller. We're on the line.
Good, Shuna. We are waiting for our representative from RDC to come on the line so we can further discuss the issue with Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. And I'm sure also you heard the discussion regarding Phoenix Indian Center. So,
Chair, did you want me to give an overview? This is Peggy.
we don't have a rep from RDC here.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Nez here.
Oh, good to get on for joining us, Chairman Nez. Peggy, if you would give an overview for Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office.
Okay, this was. Somebody want to say something else?
No, go ahead. I was just leaving the office at Window Rock, so go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. RDCAU-26-20 was read into the record, and Nathaniel Brown holds the main motion. The second is by Jimmy Yellowhair. And the question was that the Gaming Regulatory Office did not receive funds for FY 2021. And so I was asked to give an email to the Controller's Office to send a written response to the Budget and Finance Committee regarding what happened with the allocation that the Gaming Regulatory Office would receive as proprietary funds, and to respond to the committee's questions. And then also the RDC was asked to follow up with the same question to the Controller's Office. And that's what happened. And then thereafter we moved on to the next budget. But that's the question before you at this time, Mr. Chair.
With that, though, Chairman Nez, would you give an overview of Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office?
Thank you, Chair Henio, for that. And I believe when they did come before us, everything seemed to be in order when the representative from Gaming Office did their presentation, and we had moved it forward from there. So hopefully our agent, if she is on the line, she can expound on it.
Ms. Thomas, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And honorable Budget and Finance Committee members, this is Pauline Thomas. I'm the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. The budget was presented to the Resources and Development Committee, and it was for $400,000. And at that time, we had the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office had requested assistance from the Office of the Controller and the Office of Management and Budget on how to handle a situation where funds were not allocated for the licensing fee fund. It was very important that we got some allocation because the background investigations and the gaming licenses for employees and vendors is a big part of complying with the National Indian Gaming Commission and the Arizona Department of Gaming. For this reason, NNGRO continued to move forward with a budget. And it was at the Budget and Finance Committee level that this question came up. In the meantime, I had been in contact with the Controller's office, and at 1 p.m. they forwarded a memo, a revised budget schedule, which includes the amount of $150,000 to be allocated for the NNGRO. The assumption was made that the NNGRO was closed during the COVID pandemic from March to August, but that was not the case, and that had to be corrected with the Controller's office and with the communication going back and forth. We were able to get an allocation for $150,000. I just sent to the committee members and advisor and attorney that the revised schedule received from the Controller's office and our revised budget resolution exhibits. And then I also have the revised budget forms. However, I'm still waiting for the President's office to get a signature on the budget. And as I stated, we received the letter, the revised budget schedule after 1 p.m. So we're still waiting for our signature from the President's office. And that's the update, committee members and Honorable Chairman Henyo. If you have.
Okay, Shane, with that, thank you for that report. And with this, our Controller, Ms. Perlin-Kurt, would you provide us information of what we're facing right now with the Budget and Finance Committee regarding Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office?
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, other members of Budget and Finance, and then Chair, other chairs. So in terms of this particular budget and regarding the proprietary fund, there's a couple things going on. And okay, so we did send out a memo as requested, which Mr. Robert Willie emailed that out, and then also regarding the proprietary funds. They are proprietary funds. We have to have assumptions so that we can do projections of potential, in this case, fees and so forth that's being generated. So the assumption that I did not make was I did not say that the office was closed. What I did say was the casinos, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and their facilities were closed, and that has an impact on the fees and so forth that's being generated. To what extent is a fact-finding situation where I need to find out what kind of assumptions, what kind of adjustments we need to make on this proprietary activity. And so that's where, thankfully, we got a little bit of insight just from Ms. Thomas's correspondence. We try to also independently verify as much as we can through the NNGE as well. The big question, as everybody is aware, the pandemic and the closures of the casinos, it's anybody's guess on when the casinos are open. So that really hampered our ability to do an estimate, a projection of this proprietary fund. So the latest we've done is we did give out a number, which I believe if you look at Mr. Robert Woolley, what he sent out just now, we revised our allocation. We did put in $150,000, so that's what we can safely say that, being conservative, we can say we can give that number. The other thing that's going on in my memo, I did talk about the other business, the other allocation, which is the Gaming Development Fund. That one is also impacted by COVID and the pandemic, because that one we're talking about the slot lease revenues and with our various tribes down south, and if they're closed, and if they don't pay, then this fund doesn't get any money. So that's the other situation we're faced with. And so that's a different process, I believe. And so from the last exercise where we went through this, we didn't allocate all of it. So we have a fund balance in that gaming development fund. So so those are the two sources of funding that gaming regulatory receives. And so essentially this is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and it's a little bit tough. Our office is faced with projections. This particular one is one of those. So we have to make some assumptions, and so that's kind of what's going on with the two sources of funds. And if there's any questions, let us know.
Okay, thank you for that updated report, Ms. Controller. With that, committee members, there is a motion and a second. This item was not tabled because we lost the quorum as we were discussing this item. So, any questions or comments, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is
Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll get Claudia first. I'll be after. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Then they'll get Claudia, then they'll get Yoler after that.
Chair, my question was, is this the correct fund to be for the gaming regulatory, or I just need some guidance on that. Thank you, Chair.
The Gaming Regulatory Office, last year they were issued giving $400,000, but they generate their money from their own revenues by issuing gaming licenses, I believe. But I'll defer this to Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members and Chairman Nez. The funds are fiduciary, meaning that the funds we generate are from fees that we charge the casinos and the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, also gaming vendors who do business with the Navajo Nation casinos. So the amount that was given is acceptable considering the pandemic. We're not sure how it's going to be during the fall. However, if the NNGRO exceeds the $150,000, there is a way to capture that through a budget revision process, and I made sure I asked Rob Willie about that, and he assured me that there is a way to capture anything that we generate that exceeds the $150,000. Thank you.
Issue with that. Thank you for that question. Shandas, don't get yellow hair.
Well, yeah, Ken, I was looking at the allocation for revised enterprise funds, international service fund, and proprietary funds, revenue protection. There's Navajo Nation Game Regulatory has $150,000, but the question that was made was Pauline kind of went through about the I guess we need more money than this $150,000. Check.
Lucia, thank you for that question. Question for Kristen, our principal attorney. This is a resolution that has been already passed by RDC. With the way it is, with zero allocation. Here, moving forward, will this require a budget modification for the added number from the controller? So it moves on to Nabkia here.
Hi, Chair. It's Kristen. Yes, I would suggest that for record-keeping purposes, the committee motions and take a vote on this to include it within the comprehensive budget resolution, Chair.
Kashina, with that explanation, committee members, is there a motion? Is there a motion for a budget modification, committee members?
Yes. Yellowhead motion.
Motion, Don. Delegate Yellowhair motion. Is there a second? Is there a second, committee members? Tenoya, go once. Going twice.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege amongst Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. With this budget modification, can you clarify what budget? Like, I understand there was no budget passed. Is this a general fund, or are we still talking about the proprietary funds?
It'll be okay, I'm sorry. It'll be a proprietary fund issued by the controller. As indicated earlier, they allocated $150,000 instead of zero. So the Gaming Regulatory Office will get $150,000 if we approve the budget modification. So it's not general funds; it's only proprietary funds.
Chairman Henyo, I have a second question of privilege. This proprietary fund, is this the fund that chapters utilize for their utilities? Thank you.
Mr. Controller, Kirk, would you answer that?
Shiaj, Chair, and then Shadeja, you're in my memo. I talk about the Gaming Development Fund, which is separate from this proprietary business unit. Proprietary is strictly from the fees that Gaming Regulatory generates. for the gaming licensing, background check, etc. They are also funded by the Gaming Development Fund, which, as I mentioned earlier, that one is impacted by COVID-19, and I'm trying to find out the status of the slot lease transfer agreements, and that's all dependent on the activities of the casinos in the Phoenix area. The one you're speaking of is the Gaming Revenue Distribution Fund, which is the one that is it involves the chapters, and chapters utilizing that fund for utilities and such. So that's separate from the Gaming Development Fund. The Gaming Development Fund is, we allocate some of those dollars, namely from the slot leases with other tribes. We allocate those for gaming regulatory. We also have one staff person at OOC that's funded by that, by those funds. And then also at times, gaming NNGE would request some of those dollars for some of those projects that they're charged with. So that's all under 12 NNC Section 1604, expenditure of the Gaming Development Fund. So that's separate, as is the Gaming Revenue Distribution Fund, that's separate. But what we're speaking of regarding this particular business unit, it is a proprietary fund, and all the fees that gaming regulatory generates, that's all proprietary funds. Thank you.
Okay, with that explanation, back to Shimon Delegate Amber Crotty. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if I heard correctly, this doesn't impact the chapters. I'll second. Thank you.
Okay. There's a motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and then a second by Delegate Amber Crotty, and on the budget modification. And this is for $150,000 for Proprietary Fund for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. And as you heard from the Executive Director, Ms. Pauline Thomas, that is acceptable to move forward with. So if there's any other questions or comments regarding this motion and second, committee members? After nay, I'll call for the questions. I'll get Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green, Chair. Go ahead. Thank you.
Christina, Delegate Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kinnensbaugh-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Moving forward to Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Vote green.
And with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Budget modification is hereby passed. Back to the main motion. Any questions or comments regarding the main motion, committee members? After no, I'll call for the question with one budget modification on the main motion. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green, Chair. Thank you very much.
Delegate Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Vote green.
We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Resolution RDC regarding the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office is hereby passed and moves on to Navigator Committee. Chairman Rick Nez and Otto, Ms. Thomas, for representing your office there.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Christina, thank you. You're welcome. Let's move forward. I believe we have exhausted all the revisits. Is that right, Peggy?
There's the retirement office budget form 2 amendment that they needed to do. This is from the oversight hearings. You wanted to get those for the revisit, and then also the controller's office has a budget form 3 that needed to be updated during the oversight hearing as well, and they said that they would have one from DPM for the revisits. I'm not sure how you want to proceed on that, Chair. The other one is the revised budgets for the Navajo Nation Washington office and also the prosecutor's office. I didn't know if you wanted those to be part of the revisit, so I just put those items on. And then we have other areas like the, you had some revisits that you had that I noted during the discussion. Did you want me to go over those?
Yes, please, if you would.
Okay. For the Department of Health, there was a request, or there was discussion about establishing a set-aside for the budget for Daltex. And then there was also a request for updates report. And then the other one was a legislative concern regarding that NDOH and Daltex need to meet the requirements of the Older Americans Act. And then there was an unmet need. That was for the Department of Health. Then for human resources, I believe that's where the budget form 2, the revised goal statements for retirement office would fit in. And there was a revisit on the Vital Records K account and the vacancies report. Those were mentioned. And then going to LOC, they were asking for, I believe on Judicial Branch it was tab 11, is budget form 1, correction for administration of the court's dollar amounts. And then for Labor Commission, they had exhibits A through E, those were corrected. And then for public safety, by the end of the first quarter, the committee wanted a legislative concern regarding reopening the Newlands substation, and then also to address the Tohaji Lake substation too. And then there was also mention of the E911 implementation as a COA. And then going to ethics and rules, there was an unmet need for Exhibit E that was mentioned. And then for Department of Justice, the IDC formula allocation to the prosecutor's office because of the federal limitation. There was a legislative concern regarding that. And then also the prosecutor's office having an unmet need of $714,039. And then with the legislative was the plan of operation for the Office of the Speaker. And then the carryover funds, that was approved. That request was approved. And then the legislative concern action plan addressing the backlog at Legislative Council, and that was also voted on. And then the legislative concern regarding the Speaker's office about policies and procedures, and that was voted on as well. And then from the Navajo Nation Washington offices, two positions. And I wasn't really clear on that, but I informed the programs that I think that includes the fringe benefit rate budget as well to be moved over to the prosecutors since it was under the same branch, and that was voted on as a budget modification. So, and then the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, a legislative concern about addressing the dilapidated housing at, I believe it was Hard Rock and Newlands area, and then the chapter house at Low Mountain, that those needed to be addressed by the second quarter to be coordinated with the O'Neill office. And that was also voted on. And then the Navajo Nation Youth Council had a carryover of funds. But I also emailed you a summary, committee members, and I don't know, I haven't heard anything back from you, but it's titled Overview of Standing Committee Recommendations. And there's unmet needs, the conditions of appropriations, and also legislative concerns, and then requests for carryover of funds. And then there was some budget changes that were also proposed from the NABI for executive offices and also for legislative branch. And I don't know if those were complied, and I don't know if Budget and Finance has to check on those, but I just included them because they were part of the exhibits. And so that's just in that summary that I sent out to you. Mr. Chair.
Gashina, committee members, thank you for that. And from Peggy, as a rundown of what we had discussed on the past week and last week and this week. So with this, committee members, we are at the area of further discussion on some of the revisits that we are still looking at. And I believe I've heard some forms that needed to be brought back, although the legislations were not tabled. But do we have Department of Human Resources on the line? Peggy, did you notify the departments of what we'll be doing today?
Yes, I did. I tried to email everybody that I could, but the retirement office is aware that they're budget form too, and she did provide an email on that. And I can send that back out again if you need it.
Just a reminder to the offices. Committee members, we are on officially had taken care of the items that were legislations that were not acted on,
but right now there's a listing of small issues that we still need to move forward on, which is the forms that some of them that need to be corrected. So, committee members, are there any questions or comments regarding what we need to do next?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Go ahead, Delegate Brown.
Oh yeah, sorry, I got cut off earlier. But were we able to take care of the Phoenix Indian Center?
No, Delegate Brown. We did not entertain that because it was not scheduled as an official revisit, and so we figured that we could take care of that which should come up.
Okay, and do we just need some budget forms for that, or what needs to happen? So, and then that the parties involved are aware of it. Thank you.
Hello, this is Joseph Colity from Doty. I sent the Phoenix Indian Center budget forms to Peggy, Kristen, Beverly, and our superintendent. So you legislative have the Phoenix Indian Center budget forms and everything pertaining to this issue.
While we are just waiting for the departments to return on their form, is our controller still on the line?
You guys are not writing anything down.
Chair Henio.
Our controller, Kirk, are you still on the line? Okay, who is calling Chair Henio?
This is Andrea Holmes with the Department of Retirement Services. I've been listening. And I heard you calling for DXR. This is for the revisit on the budget form 2 that Amber Carty was asking about.
Yes, on that form, did you make it available for the Budget and Finance Committee?
Yeah, I emailed it to Peggy this morning.
Yeah, you should have those copies. I emailed them to you. Also, the Phoenix Indian Center information as well.
Peggy, this is Lisa with OMB. Can you forward the Phoenix Indian Center and the Form 2 for retirement to OMB as well? Thank you.
What time did you send that out, Peggy, on the retirement?
Like within the last 5 minutes?
So you said this morning, so I was looking this morning. Let me see here. Okay, this.
Sure, I think I've got them in my email.
Committee members, if you look at the email from 3:02 p.m., it says revised, FY 2021 revised 714001 budget form 2. If you would look at that, open that up, and that's what we're talking about right now. So
Ms. Andrea Holmes, if you would go over the budget form 2 for the committee.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee and whoever's listening on the phone. Thank you, and thank you to Honorable Cardi. But this is from the FY 2021 budget business unit 714001, which is the Navajo Nation Retirement Fund, page 2 of 3. And the revisit was number 3, goal statement: manage all eligible Navajo Nation retirees' retirement benefits with the highest monthly payments. And then the program performance measure is average monthly retiree pension payments amount per quarter. And for the first, second, third, fourth quarter for FY21, we have it as 810. Thank you, Chair.
So, Sheena, with that, committee members, any questions or comments regarding this revised budget form 2 from Navajo Nation Retirement Services?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shema, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to know what was modified. To me, it looks like the same language. I just need to know if there was something added or subtracted. Thank you, Chair.
Now, back to Andrea.
Thank you, Honorable Cardi. I was trying to understand, I guess, what really you kind of like wanted. So that's why at the time we did present the budget form, I emailed it to you. And I wanted, I guess, in a sense, I wanted to have a little more information of what you were asking.
Chairman Henio, just respecting the time of the committee, I'm fine. We could just continue this dialogue with the retirement office. The intent was that what could we do to enhance our, not enhance, because that's another word being thrown out. What can we do to make sure that our retirees have a suitable pension? I could follow up with the program. I don't think we're going to solve anything with this budget form, so I'll move on. Thank you, Chair.
Kasheen, thank you for that clarification. Delegate Amber Crowdy. With this, Ms. Andrea Holmes for bringing this form back to the committee, and we'll move forward to the next item. Peggy.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Cardi, and I'll be happy to work with you. Just let me know when you're available. Thank you.
The other item was from the oversight hearing was the controller's budget form 3, if it has been updated by the DPM as requested.
Is our controller, Ms. Perlin-Kirk, are you still on the line with us?
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie, Controller's Office.
Hello, Robert.
Hi. If I can speak, sir?
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
We've followed up with Office of the Department of Personnel on getting the Form 3 updated. We were unsuccessful in meeting that. I actually wrote them an email again just about 10 minutes ago. I got kicked off the line, but I'm back on. We still haven't received the updated form, so I'm hoping to get that soon. I'm not sure when the committee wanted that, but we've been trying to get that, and I know OMB has also asked for the same form. Thank you, sir. Thank
you for that update, Mr. Willie. So, as Department of Human Resources on the line. Department of Human Resources, Dr. Fowler or Ms. Resita Tari?
Eugenio, this is Andrea. I understand Dr. Fowler is in a meeting with Delegate Stewart, and the delegated person is also in a meeting in reference to policies. But that's the message I got.
Mr. Chair, this is Lisa with OMB again, if I can speak.
Okay, is this to the Form 3 of OM Controller's Office?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, Chair, committee members, this is Lisa with OMB again. We are currently working with the Controller's Office and DPM to get that Form 3 revised. And I believe what the problem was, they were at 2088 hours and they didn't have enough funding, so they reduced them to 1944 or something around that, those hours. And so I believe DPM was working with us to get that done. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Katrina, thank you for that update. Committee members, any questions or comments regarding what we were discussing right now with
Hello, Chair. This is Delegate Yell here.
Katrina, excuse me. I have a sneezing fit off and on all day long, and I have to mute myself real quick. So, Delegate Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Diga, anyway, yes, 8 out there, up to date job vacancy. So, there's a fantastic, she's out, and the payroll, expenditures by position, business unit number, quick audition, they indicated that all those vacancies in 2020 budget, all vacancies, there's just some savings, you have to see those on the running total by expenditures and the vacancy position. Without indicating except Eriki. That one was Sita Tadi. She will assist us on that one. Chair. No, Hasina. Then it's all about you, Chair. Excuse me,
we are waiting for. Are we getting kicked off the call again? Committee members. Oh, did anybody hear that message again or not?
Sure, I didn't hear anything. Vice Chair.
Okay, I heard some. Maybe it's the voices in my head here. But we'll Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. If we can get Ms. Resita Tari on the line to give us that report.
Okay, thank you.
The vacancies. So under the Controller's Office, Form 3, as they have indicated, and even OMB has indicated that they are continually working on it to get it completed. So hopefully by we'll have that Form 3 available. Moving forward, Peggy, what's next on our list?
What kind of report are they asking for? I think somebody needs to mute their phone. But, Mr. Chair, on the,
Continue your conversation. You might say something you don't want to repeat. So, Peggy, go ahead.
okay, on the revised agenda that I posted, was it last night, I think? My days are running in together during this time. Anyway, number 4, I have the revised budgets for the Navajo Nation Washington office and the prosecutor's office. I don't know if you wanted to see those budgets to see if that's how if they met your request, or do you want to just go on to the other items?
Is that available for the committee to view?
Which ones did you say were sent?
I'm sure if OMB has received anything from the Washington office or the prosecutor's office that they might be reviewing.
Mr. Chair?
This is Jennifer Henry, the acting chief prosecutor. We did make the amendments and sent them over to OMB for review, and we will get them to you in 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Oh.
Chairman Henry, this is OMB.
Go ahead from OMB.
This is Darlene Clem from OMB. I am handling the prosecutor's office, and as the chief prosecutor indicated, we are working on the budget. But as far as the Washington office, we have not received the budget yet. But the amount that we are working with is taking 2 positions or deleting 2 positions from the Washington office. And the total for that is $68,841 for the Government and Legislative Affairs Associate. And then the second position is for an ASO for $48,776. So that totals up to $117,617, and including the fringe, that will be a total of $172,379 that will be going to the prosecutor's office. And Ms. Henry can go through the budget forms. They were able to add additional hours for 5 positions. Chairman Henry.
Gasheen, thank you for that update from OMB. And what's the possibility if you do not hear anything from the Washington office? Will that create an obstacle or not?
Chairman Henry, am I on mute? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. We have not heard from the Washington office yet, but we are communicating with them through the president's office. And they will need to reduce their budget in order to increase DOJ's budget by that same amount. Otherwise, if it doesn't, you have an unbalanced budget. Chairman Henry.
What I was getting at is what if they refuse to do that? OMB?
Chairman Henry and members of the committee, I will have to defer that question to Mr. Bial.
Mr. Bial? Mr. Bial, are you there? Dominic Bial?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bial?
Yes.
Did you hear my question regarding the Washington office?
I believe I did. You were asking what would be the effect of if the Washington office doesn't want to comply?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my understanding of the Appropriations Act, where the authorities and my understanding of the Appropriations Act that's applicable to these matters in the area where it defines the authorities and responsibilities of the oversight committees and the BNF committee. BNF committee has the authority to approve a recommended overall comprehensive budget that would be forwarded further in the process to the NABI committee and then to the Navajo Nation Council. So accordingly, the Washington office now in effect needs to comply. So that budget needs to be produced. Now, if the Washington office, or let's say the executive branch, doesn't agree with that action, then they're free at NABI committee and or council to push an amendment to, let's say, reverse it. But at this point, my understanding that it is within the powers and authorities of the BNF committee to take that particular action, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Don, thank you for that, Mr. Biel. So, appears like the wheels are turning on this budget modification that the BNF committee voted on, and the prosecutor's office is actively working on getting their budgets in order, and OMB is working with them. We just need to wait for the Washington office to comply with the budget modification action that BNF took.
Sorry.
Who's this?
This is
Kristen, go ahead.
Okay, Chair. I was just remembering something that happened, I don't know if it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but it was pertaining to a similar situation. The Division of Natural Resources Director declined to make changes that were requested by the Budget and Finance Committee as part of the initial process. And in that particular instance, if memory serves, the budget was not included in the comprehensive legislation package. It had to be added later at NABI or Council because the Budget and Finance Committee was not in support of the budget that the division director presented, and she had declined to make the changes requested by the Budget and Finance Committee. I don't know if OMB recalls that or what additional challenges that presented for OMB, but that's my recollection, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Tristan. And I'll defer to the committee as far as it looks like it's actively in the works on one side here, on the window outside. And so we'll just have to wait and see, get another update from our OMB as far as compliance with this modification action by the Budget and Finance Committee. What's next on our agenda, Maggie?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Cardi.
Go ahead, Delegate Cardi.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the discussion. So can you just let me know the status and the budget modification will still be incorporated into the comprehensive budget? Are we still in order? Or I could draft up a budget form right now if that's needed, or if we could still move forward. Thank you, Chair. I need some guidance.
Okay, thank you for that. I say that we are still waiting for the budget Washington office, and I believe OMB stated they are in contact with the office through the Office of the President. And so therefore they're just waiting for their final budget revision. And therefore, so that could be included as part of the comprehensive budget legislation. And it is 3:30 now. And committee members, we are still on the revisits, but hopefully, as far as guidance is concerned, when you say you can do a budget form, are you are you saying that you'll be doing a budget form for the Washington office?
Chairman Henio, thank you. I don't, what I can do, Chair, is we do have the budget modification. Maybe before we break, we could find out if that was, if the Washington office could create that document. We know they've had a challenge in sending documents to council, but my hope was they could send it to OMB. Maybe in before the end of this discussion, we can get an update, and I would need to know, and I'm looking at the BIM right now, if there's a page number that I can address regarding what's needed for a budget modification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. Back to Lisa at OMB.
Chair Henio, got a question. Vice Chair Smith.
Okay. I'll get to you in a little bit, Vice Chair Smith. Lisa at OMB. Or Mr. Biel. Mr. Dominic Biel, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there was a question from Delegate Amber Karate regarding budget modifications. And while we're on the subject of this, with the Washington office and the Office of the Prosecutor, she is asking where in the BIM, as part of the forms, does she need to, is there a form that needs to be created for this budget modification, is the question.
Well, Mr. Chair, as I understand the question, the motion that was approved yesterday moved funds, general funds, from the Washington office to the prosecutor's office. Now, I don't have the specific numbers, but I recall it involved personnel funds. So the prosecutor's office has complied. They did their part. They revised their budget accordingly. But the Washington office hasn't, as yet anyway. And so what they need to do is reduce their budget wherever the changes were effectuated. Mr. Chair, so that tomorrow when we start getting the final budget book ready, those both budgets would be revised per the motion, the second, and the vote. Mr. Chair.
Okay, so back to the original questions. We don't need to do a budget modification form. We don't need that then right now?
No.
Okay. Christina, with that, Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Chair. Based off the information from Washington office, does that require signatures too, like either the chief of staff or the president, in order to have a direct budget? I know it's 5:30 over there, Chair. I think that they should have had ample time to ensure that they have that budget and that money has been transferred. If we just go through this without that budget, when will that be produced? On behalf of Washington office, prosecutors already did their part, and Washington office is holding up the documents. Could someone call Washington office and have them send either a draft or something? That's my question, Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, as reported earlier by OMB, they are in contact with the Washington office through the President's office. So OMB is working on trying to get the revised budget from the Washington office through communications with the President's office. But as committee members here, as stated by Ms. Kristen Lowell earlier, just as happened prior, if we do not receive the revised budget from the Washington office and the budget legislation is being developed, the prior Budget and Finance Committee, the only option they had was to not include that particular program's budget in the legislation, therefore leaving them out with no money allocation. So, in a sense, what I'm picking up on from that is that that's the option Budget and Finance could elect to do if they wish to. Just thought out there, committee members. Hopefully that answers your question, Shanata. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that.
Christina, thank you. Committee members, any other questions or comments regarding this subject item? Maybe we can get an update as we move along towards the end of the day here. We can request for another update from on this subject. While we wait to get the updated budget forms from the prosecutor's office, with being emailed to us by Ms. Henry. Peggy, what's next on our agenda?
Mr. Chair, I have the item on the Water Rights Commission. There was, we went into executive session, and I don't know, Kristen, do we need to have a motion and second to send their budget that they proposed along? There was no motion or second. We were having quorum problems at the time that we had this executive session. So there was never any motion set up on that water rights.
Okay, do you want to, I'm sorry, Chair.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Chair, if you'd like, just for record-keeping purposes, you can formally take the motion and second and vote now for water rights.
Okay, I believe back to that day, Peggy, I believe it was on Thursday, or Was there a main motion and a second on this, or did we go straight into executive session? I believe there was a main motion and a second.
No, Chair, I was looking in my notes. I didn't find a main motion or a second. There was only a motion to go into executive session. And then what happened was when we went into executive session, but then we lost quorum when we were exiting executive session, and then just said by consensus to accept it. And then Mr. Yellowhair made the motion to accept it, but there was no second.
Because there was only two of us at that time, Delegate Yellowhair and myself.
So it's up to the committee on what they want to do with this, or is it just assumed that we move it along?
For record-keeping purposes, the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission, committee members, is there a motion to move this further forward to Nabketia?
This is Delegate Brown on motion.
Motion by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Yellowhair to move on, yeah. Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair seconds that. A lot of discussion was in executive session, so therefore, call for the question. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Delegate Amber Crotty.
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P.V.Gay.
I'll vote green.
So to share that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting for moving this budget forward along with the Nabketia. Thank you for your votes. Further, Peggy, on our agenda.
So now this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Chairwoman Charles Newton.
I do apologize, and I've been on this call since 9 this morning. Are you going to need me for any of the revisits to the legislation?
Okay, hold on. Peggy, do we need law and order for any of the revisits that we have on our list in here?
I think that that's something that, well, we have some legislative concerns that were brought up during the deliberation on the LOC legislations, the resolutions, like for public safety and also for Department of Justice. And then, let's see, and then there was a Budget Form 1 correction for the administration of the courts for the dollar amount. And I don't know if OMB received that revision. And then Labor Commission had their A through E corrected, and I think they've been working with the OMB on that. But I believe that aside from the correction to the modification to the prosecutor's office, those are the ones that we have outstanding for LOC, Mr. Chair. Did you want me to deliberate on the legislative concerns?
I believe Chairwoman Charles Newton was in on that conversation for all the legislative concerns. Is that correct?
Alicia and I have been on the phone since 9. I just wasn't sure if you needed me to continue to stay on the call or if it was okay to be done for the day.
Okay. I mean, last week when you were introducing the legislations for before Budget and Finance, all the legislative concerns you heard regarding Department of Public Safety and the Department of Justice, you were in on that conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Okay. So we'll just recap those as legislative concerns, and I believe there was no objection from yourself as chair of the Law and Order Committee when we introduced those legislative concerns.
No, I didn't have any objections at that time.
Christina, with this, I believe Hela for being very, very patient with us and being on the call since 9 a.m. And so with this, I believe we can handle this from here on out. And it's just legislative concerns, and then the form that needs to be updated. So, Hela Shadeja for being with us.
So, yeah, I don't budget and finance too. Have a good day. Bye.
Christina. Peggy, next on the agenda.
I believe those are the main ones that we were discussing, and then there's the unmet needs listing that we had. Let's see, for Hess, there was mention of legislative concerns about NDOH and DALTEX meeting requirements of the Older Americans Act. I'm not sure if we have language developed for that. And then going forward, Kristen, did you want to just approve those as we discuss them, or should we just do them all together at one time when we start constructing the legislation for the comprehensive budget?
Chair, if I may.
Sure, Kristen, go ahead.
For the legislative I missed the first part, Peggy. My apologies. For legislative concerns or carryovers?
Legislative concerns and COAs, when we construct the comprehensive budget legislation, the exhibits and all that, I was just wondering, do we have language available for some of these legislative concerns that were mentioned during the budget process? Do you want to go through those individually, or do you want to just lump them all together when we have the discussion when we're putting together the exhibits for the...
whatever the committee wants. I sent out drafts of the documents around to all the committee members, to OMB folks' email addresses that I had, to the controller, to DOJ. So there are a couple gaps I have in legislative concerns. One carryover that I still have to get in, but the legislative concerns are mostly drafted. Carryovers are mostly accounted for. And just reading a message from Robert Willey that may shape our carryover discussion. It has to do with the carryover. It was one of the I think it was in DNR. They requested carryover of personnel funds, and we had a discussion back and forth about the personnel lapse resolution, CF 0711, and if it was allowed. Mr. Elmer Begay made a motion to stay in conformance with the resolution, and there was no second on that motion. So I took from that the committee wanted to keep it the way it was from RDC, and Mr. Willey points out that the personnel calculation that they sent out earlier was included using those funds. So that's probably a discussion we need to have. But whatever the committee wants, I'm amenable to, Chair.
Okay, regarding the COAs, I believe there were no COAs during this budget hearing, overall budget hearing. We thought about doing one, but it was withdrawn from my recollection. The other one is legislative concerns, Ziggy. Each one of them, the committee acted on them and approved them as we went along, and we asked for clarification on the language from Ms. Lowe. So if you would just put them in order as legislative concern 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can accept them as they are listed in one and in chronological order as we moved along. Kristen, if you would do that. As far as Kristen, go ahead.
The COAs that we have are in the Oversight Committee resolution. There's 2 for veterans, and I think there's 1 from the Department of Health. So if those, I would encourage the committee to look over the COAs. If you don't want to go forward with those in the budget resolution, we can take those out, and then the Oversight Committee has the option to amend the resolution at now via council. As far as the legislative concerns go, I did work up the ones that were discussed at the Budget and Finance Committee. There are also others that are included in the document that were from the Oversight Committee resolutions. Those you might want, again, same issue. The committee might want to take a look at it, decide should they stay in, should they come out, and then if the determination is that they come out, the motioning party is free to amend the budget resolution at now via council. Chair.
Additionally, thank you for that clarification on the COAs. Okay. With that, committee members, any questions or comments on this discussion?
So there was one COA that was mentioned, but Delegate Crotty didn't finish back up on it because I believe it was during the discussion on the public safety, the E91 implementation. She mentioned something about a COA that she wanted developed for that, and we didn't go back to it.
It was added as a legislative concern to Vice Chair Smith's legislative concern, so that made the list go up to 6 with one motion and a second and a vote. So E11 was part of that legislative concern.
Thank you.
With that, committee members, any questions or comments regarding the legislative concerns? Peggy, what's next on our agenda, our listing?
I'm kind of like starting to jump all over, but we did ask DPM, Racita, to provide some information about the vacancy listings. Throughout the budget hearing, the committee had concern about all of the vacancies for the Navajo Nation government, and she has a comprehensive listing that she had worked on, and then also part of the development of or during the budget hearing, the committee usually discusses if they want to pursue a proposal for general wage adjustment. And she has that information as well as the balance for the personnel lapse fund. That discussion, I think, is including the OMB and the Office of the Controller. So you may want to hear that report before we start putting together the legislation.
Okay, I believe she's in a meeting. Ms. Holmes indicated that Ms. Fowler is in a meeting, and then the person delegated, I believe that's Ms. Toddy, stated that that person is also in a meeting. By not naming names, I assumed it was Ms. Toddy, as I believe she is delegated as the next in line. But just for formality, Ms. Racita Toddy, are you
on the line?
Mr.
Chair. Okay, who's this?
Yes, this is Ron Duncan from Vital Records. I'm also delegated for Human Resources for Dr. Fowler, I can contact Reseda to see if she's available. I don't know if the administration had already contacted her, but I can contact her to have her come in on the call. Mr. Chair.
Right, thank you, Mr. Duncan, for that. We appreciate it if you would contact her.
Chair, just for the record, she did contact me at about 3:30, and I gave her the call-in number.
Okay. Christina, good. What was on the issue of Vital Records? So, Peggy, is this all we need? The report from Reseda Toddy before we move on?
I believe so. Kristen, maybe you can chime in if I've left anything out, but for Vital Records, it was for their K account, and then the vacancies report, but the vacancies report is all collapsed in the information that Reseda will provide to the committee. So I'm not sure if I'm leaving anything out, Kristen, that needs to be discussed. Anything else with the budget hearing?
I don't have any, and my notes don't indicate anything else.
Hello, Peggy? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Reseda Toddy.
Hello, Reseda.
Hello.
We are at that point of the day. There was a request made by Shanantai Belgit Jimmy Yellowhair to do a comprehensive report on all the vacancies. And I don't know if you have written copies available for the committee.
I did email a copy to Peggy, and I didn't have the email addresses to send them out to each of you individually.
Okay, Katrina, but Peggy has those copies been shared with the committee.
Yes, I'm sending that right now. OMB needs to mute their phone.
Can you hang up on
Katrina, thank you for that. Back to Ms. Toddy. While we are in the process of getting this email, you want to start your report?
Yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Henio and the rest of the Budget and Finance Committee. In one of the meetings, previous BNF meetings, I was requested to provide a report on the vacant positions. So what we did was we compiled a vacancy report of all the vacant general fund positions. And the report indicates that we have a total of 357 positions under the executive branch, with a total of that is totaling $203,049, and the legislative branch has 31 positions at $1,004,431. So a total of 388 vacancies within the two branches, with an overall total of $13,207,480. And what we did was we divided the report by division. We have the Division of Community Development at 29 vacancies, an overall total of $1,040,890. And the largest, okay. The other is the Division of Economic Development with a total of 13 vacancies at $530,338. The Division of General Services has 29 vacancies with a total of $1,062,734. The Division of Human Resources has a total of 13 vacancies, the total of $539,195. Division of Natural Resources has 60 vacancies, the overall total $1,699,428. The Department of Diné Education has 36 vacancies with a total of $1,012,378. Division of Finance has 26 vacancies with a total of $892,469. The Department of Health has a total of 40 vacancies with an overall total of $1,118,702. Department of Justice has 18 vacancies, a total of $908,027. Division of Transportation has 27 vacancies with a total of $909,875. The Division of Public Safety has a total of 10 vacancies at $298,427. Division of Social Services has a total of 12 vacancies at $452,225. Environmental Protection Agency has 5 vacancies at a total of $187,481. OMB has 6 vacancies with a total of $292,699. The Office of the President and Vice President has a total vacancies of 34 with a total of $1,268,181. And the other is the legislative branch, which is at 31 vacancies with a total of $1,004,431. I'm not sure if you all got the report now, but that's the vacancy report that I have. The other is the general wage adjustment options that our office is responsible for providing. And we prepared options for a general wage adjustment. Option 1 was at 3% for 1,808 positions. The GWA amount is $2,606,900. The fringe amount for that was at $1,240,092, with an overall total of $846,992. Option 2 is at 2.5%. The general wage adjustment amount was at $2,174,134. The fringe amount was at $1,034,203. The overall total at $3,208,000 $1,337. Option 3 was a 2% general wage adjustment. The general wage adjustment cost would be $1,736,337. The total fringe amount was at $825,900. The overall total would be at $2,562,237. Generally, what we do is we provide the options to both the Office of the Controller and OMB. And based on the resolution, Budget and Finance Resolution 0711, we are required to review that and then collectively present a recommendation. As far as the personnel lapse fund savings, that is generally produced by the Office of the Controller. And there should be a memo which is forthcoming. We sent a memo to the branch chiefs, and generally what they do is they review and determine whether, okay, what the three offices do also is we recommend an amount, and the recommendation was at the was for a 2.5% general wage adjustment. And that is given to the branch chiefs along with the estimated personnel savings that is generated by the Office of the Controller. And I don't know if you want them to present this information to you since it's their document. And all this information has been forwarded to both the Office of the Controller as well as OMB. And generally, our offices collaboratively present this information, but in most situations, Dominic is presenting the GWA projections, and the Office of the Controller usually presents the personnel savings amount. So I'm not sure if you would like to call on them to explain further, but that's the information that I forwarded to Peggy for based on your request for this information. Thank you.
Thank you for that response report. Ms. Toddy, on your report to give committee members, are there any questions regarding what was presented to the committee? I'm not hearing any comments or questions, so.
Chairman Henio, real quick, has there, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Go ahead, Shananta.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make sure I have this right. So here's the positions that are vacant, and then the budgeted amount. Is that the amount that we see in the fiscal year 21 budget? And then my second question is, has there ever, or is there plans with the Department of Personnel Management on how they're going to address these vacancies? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Back to Resita Toddy, the questions in the two parts. So if you would respond to it.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Henio and Honorable Delegate Amber Crotty. With response to the first question, these positions, I believe when I did a comparison, there were only 2 positions that were slated for abolishment in the FY21 budget. So it's possible that some of these positions may have been carried over into the FY21 budget. in terms of whether or not, or what is our plan on how to fill the vacancies, we did develop a plan and we submitted that to our division director on how we plan to address filling these vacancies. One of the first steps would be to meet with the programs, which I believe our recruitment staff have been working on identifying or having them provide us with what their plans are with these positions. And moving forward, if there's issues with position qualifications, and one of the common concerns we usually have is regarding the pay for the position. So they will be identifying and working with the programs on where we can help them to fill these positions. We also are including what are the best practices for talent search, meaning our recruitment process, which could include going on site to the various college campuses to recruit individuals, doing job fairs, as well as allowing programs to continue to advertise their positions in different publications. The other is the looking at best practices on the interview process and onboarding process, because a lot of times what we find too is that our programs are not asking proper questions or job-related questions during the interviews, and in some situations the applicants are not interested in the position. So we're looking at enhancing our recruitment process. The other is our onboarding process, and we're also looking at other challenges. One of the challenges during this pandemic has been the ability for the applicants to get their tribal criminal history reports from the Division of Public Safety Information Management System section because of their the closure. However, since the government is now open, we are proposing to meet with them to identify if they're going to stay on the same schedule or if they're open on a daily basis for individuals to obtain their criminal history reports. The other is working with the Office of Background Investigations on how we can improve the process where we're getting timely responses. Again, their office was impacted due to the closure of the government. And although they were open, I think that because the applicants were unable to obtain the necessary documents, that also hindered the process. The other factors was the closure. Referrals were made in the earlier part of the year. However, because of the closure, the programs could not move forward with the selections. We did have quite a bit of individuals who were hired during the month of March. However, when the government was closed, they were also impacted. So there's a lot of factors that I believe contributed to the large number of vacancies. However, we are looking at how we can assist the programs in filling the large number of vacancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for that response, Reseda. Just one question I have is, looking at the report that you emailed under Division of Community Development, I still have local government support centers listed and not the new administrative service center. When will that transition happen? Or is this still
in the books? Are they still recognized as LGSCs?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Henio. Right now, it's still showing up as local governance support. However, their official name is the Administrative Support Services, the ASC, I'm sorry. But because of the way it was set up in the system way back, and we have not received any request to change their name, so it's still showing up. However, they are the ASC offices.
Okay, and then Navajo Housing Services. I don't think we have that program anymore. Or do we still have that?
I believe it's under a different name now, but I'll go ahead and check into those two.
That committee members, any other questions or comments regarding this report?
Yes, this is Delegate Yellow here, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Rosita. I appreciate it. Bring this a positions of vacancy report by your Office for Human Resource under with the executive branch and legislative branch. So right now, that this fiscal year 2020, there's unused money, $13,207,480 that's not used for Navajo Nation vacancies in power with the executive branch. And I'll have another one that the questions that I need to add on was has these positions all been used? You know what I'm talking about. Sometimes they use positions of others, and I wonder if there's one like that. And also, the same positions, the same request through a judicial branch too. So they need to come back and ask for the same report, Chair. I really appreciate this from here. But hopefully that I was asking for a payroll distribution by account, and these vacancies haven't been used. I wonder if you can have a copy. We asked for this one here, Rosita. Return the table back to you, Chair. I can go back on mute now.
With that, I can back to Ms. Toddy for response to Shinantala Delegate Yellow here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe his question is, are there any positions being used? I guess in the past we used to call it borrowing of positions. The position could be classified as, let's say, an office specialist, but they're using the position as a laborer. I'm not sure if that is what he's referring to. However, at this time, we do not follow that practice. So if there is a vacant position with a classified title, if it's going to be occupied by a temporary individual, the person would have to meet the requirements of the position and be performing the duties outlined for that position. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shimon, Delegate Connie.
Thank you, Shimon. I have it's for the question of Shimon. Can I make the request that after budget season, if you can also give us a breakdown for the K accounts? It's good to know how many vacancies, because our programs are we really only see in depth the general budget, and I'd like to drill into the K accounts. For me, it's not only a budget issue with vacancies and a retirement issue, but these services need to be provided to our people. So if I could get the full picture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Back to Ms. Toddy.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. We can get you a report similar to what we produce for the external fund account. Thank you.
Christina, thank you for that response. Delegate Jimmy over here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rosita. I just wondered that maybe the first quarter year, if this would be neat if they were also provide by all positions titles. Because this one here is good report, but there's all one lump sum, and that this good. That we need to see how many position titles still open, or maybe the first quarter, and report at the same time with the K count. Thank you. Thank you, Buddy, Chair.
Christina, any other questions or comments, committee members? Back to Ms. Toddy.
Thank you, Chairman Hinoyo, and also Delegate Yellowhair. We can get you a report for all positions based on the position titles. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, committee members?
Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. See you here. You know, you can send it in the machine. Thank you, Chair, and my colleagues here now. Also, back to you, Chair.
Christina, committee members, any further questions or comments? We can move forward. We do have the written report in front of us, so thank you, Ms. Toddy, for all the work that you're putting into this request. We appreciate it on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Peggy.
Go ahead.
Chair, we didn't get a report on the personnel savings, the lapse fund from the controller's office. And then I also didn't get a copy of the GWA proposal. Those three options that were discussed, just for the record.
That's where I was going next. Mr. Rob Willie, are you on the line?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Okay. Just, I think 3 more days till game 1, right?
Yep.
There was a mention of the GWA report that you had, so if you would give us that report.
Okay. I sent the copy of the memo to Peggy. I'm not sure if that was disseminated to the delegates of the Budget and Finance Committee. If not, let me know. I'll resend it back out. I'll give you a few minutes to look for that. It's dated September 9, 2020, and the subject line is Personal Lapse Projection. It was written to the President, the Speaker, the Chief Justice, and Honorable Jamie Henyo, Budget and Finance. And it went through Dominic Bial and Rosita Toddy, and it was written by Perlene Kirk. Do you have that in front of you now?
Rob, could you send it again, please?
Okay. That was yesterday, right?
I actually sent it this morning, sir. Yeah, I needed to secure all the signatures, so let me find it and resend it to everyone.
Is it the projection?
Oh, it is attached to that, sir. Let me see, Peggy.
I do have it. on my copy, Robert.
Okay. Do you still need me to send that then?
Yes, I'll send it to Peggy and the committee.
Okay. Give me a few moments here. I'm locating that. Okay, I resent it out. Hopefully you got that. I'll give you a few more moments. So it was a bit of a challenge this year getting this personal lapse projection together because of the pandemic. So Dominic and Rosita, we actually didn't meet in person. We met. We communicated through emails. So we finalized the memo last night, and we got the signatures for this morning. So the memo was dated actually yesterday. We got the signatures this morning. So the projection is actually Exhibit A of the memo. So this captures the payroll from that we just received this week. So the projection that we came up with for FY20 going into 21 is $13,083,541. The assumptions that we took in this schedule is that the vacant positions that are currently vacant now will stay vacant until 9/30/2020. We also took out the Department of Youth employees because we're assuming that they'll all get paid out. We also assume that the overtime and special duty pay currently budget will be fully utilized by the end of the year. We also reserved the remaining budget for the Head Start supplemental. As you recall, a few years ago, there was a supplemental budget given to Head Start for matching and personnel because they didn't have enough. The personal lapse was waived in that resolution. I don't have that actual resolution citing offhand, but I can locate it if anybody would like to see that. It also takes into consideration any judgments or settlements related to the general fund that are pending. It also assumes that the merit pay or bonus and step increases that are budgeted currently will all be fully utilized by the end of the year. The Exhibit B contains the general wage adjustment, which was prepared by Office of Department of Personnel Management. So there were three options. After
Point of order, please.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
We don't have a copy on that, what Mr. Willie's reading. Checking my email right here. There's nothing.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys got yours already.
Right here. 423 PLF Okagi. From Mr. Robert Willie.
Okay.
Shitten. I'm looking at 425. Kristen Lowell, Thomas Bial, Robert Willie. They don't carry over in that legislation. 3120.
Okay, let me send it to you. You're not on the list. Let me send it to you.
Okay, hold on. Thank you very much.
Chair and committee members, I did send it out to you. It just takes a while.
Somebody mute your phone. Like you hear somebody getting yelled at in the background.
This Willie K.
Really none of them need such a. Appropriate country. Did you get the email? Delegate Yellow here?
Yes, I got it right here. Thank you.
Here you go on there. Mr. Willie, if you would continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going on to point number 2, which is Exhibit B, which is the general wage adjustment schedule that Department of Personnel Management did put together. There were 3 options. After we considered the options, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Personnel Management, and Office of the Controller agreed that option number 2 would be the recommended rate, which was 2.5. And the 2.5, if you look at the schedule, is a total of $3,208,337 allocated in total to the 3 branches, which includes the GW amount plus the fringe. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain any of those. Thank you.
With that, committee members, questions or comments regarding the personal lapse fund and the projected general wage adjustment?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. This is Delegate Yellow here.
Delegate Yellow here.
Mr. Chair, this is Peggy.
Delegate Yellow here.
Oh, can you hear me, Chair?
No.
Okay. Understand this is the part of personnel management. The plan for FY21 pay plan options. Yeah, 어디가 share of the cut or classification say 3.0, say 2.5, say 2.0. Actually, the been holding the special noise. Yeah, so some of that need a listener on my college budget finance committee. Turn back to your chair. Yeah.
Peggy, were you gonna answer the question too?
Yes, my question was, what was the recommendation from the 3 branch chiefs, and then when is Budget and Finance Committee going to act on selecting which option they're going to recommend with budget legislation?
I believe this is the first time that it's being presented. It's the first time I'm seeing it. Let me put it that way. So I don't know if the other committee members have seen anything similar to this, but this is the first time I'm seeing it. Committee members, any questions or comments?
Chair, Chair Yellow here. Not it. Excuse me. Yeah, not Chair Thank you, Peggy. Ida in navigate to that way, I had to hit it. He said, get a tail, pick it a tail, no, she and she the kittle. I don't mind which way to go. I don't know if the branch chief has discussed this. I don't sorry, this is, I've been seeing this, what she like this before when I was judicial for condition to job partner only. Council in the committee. Father saying, we get a sneak on it. I don't think so. So then he can't on it. Yeah, 3.0 that's public the recommendation. Thank you. Yeah, my part. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, I'll get Yellow here. Just some committee members, if I may. One issue that keeps popping up, and we did that action last year, is that people are scrambling now to find the money to cover the percentage that we allowed last year. And so as we move along, as we keep saying that their projections are not what they used to be. If we do take action again, it will just become a little bit more of the program managers to find more money to cover the GWA that's being proposed and if approved by the committee. That's what's on my mind, Shinanta. But who needs to speak again?
Chair.
Is this Vice Chair?
Chair, William.
I don't know who's calling my name.
Chair, this is Elmer Begay.
Oh, don't get Elmer Begay. Go ahead.
Anyway, in essence, so I had to turn off my phone again for a long time. Then my mute and all that this other night. So I wanted all this time. I wanted to ask questions about. I was just testing right now, but I'll be on it. Jimmy, the yellow hair stuff, all right, let's get that up. But we hear you, though. I hear you, so, Chair. It's a good what you share with us. I'm here. So, any of that?
Delegate Elmer Begay, he keep breaking up.
How about right now? I see this. Okay, let me turn it off, on again.
Right there.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that my phone, something's wrong with the mute again. So I just keep turning back off and on. But what you said, I can hear you. Really good. Loud and clear, though. What you mentioned a while ago, so in cases, I'm gonna.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Committee members, any questions or comments regarding general wage adjustment?
Chair, this is Delegate Yellow Hair. Okay, now, yes, your comments on that one for long range budget, yes, there's going to be impact. You got to find your money for operating money and then increasing personnel. So that's going to be the issues. Everywhere is like that. I think 3.0 thing this solution is Mahashi. Mahashi is done. Another no chai. Anyway, that all things because he thought about something. At the she tended all things 3.0 thing. And this going to be impact for long range. And there's 2.5, there's 2.02. Okay, yeah, honestly, literally. Yeah, thank you very much.
So now, Delegate Yellow here. Committee members, any other questions or comments? I believe a decision needs to be made by BNF regarding the general wage adjustment. So we can move forward in developing
Sure.
Delegate Elmer Begay.
Okay, I was thinking about it. Just GWA kita yoke to go. I don't know about that on Chicago. That people still, that I don't Bajoka is so those here so we just closed down the government and people got paid all this time. According to not about now, that the Naya of the government is supposed to be out there delivering all those services, not only food but services. Even homicide reasons for that this cause. They done. They can't even get the CARES funding for hardline extension, wildline extension because down that there's card there. So I see over in the so I was assuming any salary adjustment or wage adjustment shouldn't be in place. If you demand anything, so I can't talk with it. So in this case, Chair, that's it.
Christina. Chair. Chair. I'll get yellow here.
Yeah, opa, the Dita Nagadelia, personal lapse fund. DWA are the chon, either the no, depending what there's any carry, if there's any savings and vacancy. Also, I really don't remember. This also can be used for a retirement office too. What I don't remember on this one here too, for a benefit on retirement office, retirees they like. So, then yesterday, it is what the points they the budget the what yeah, 3 here and what the better Chair, thank you, Chair. Return back to you.
Christina. Committee members, any other questions or comments?
Need to ask for a roll call. I saw you kid. Brother Chair.
Christina. Is there any other committee members still on the line?
This is Delegate Brown. I'm still here.
Okay.
Delegate Claudia's here.
Christina, Vice Chair Smith?
Vice Chair, sir.
Christina. So I guess we'll move forward. There's really no...
Chair Henry.
Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
I was just listening to the conversation regarding the wage adjustment. I heard that I see the bone. It's not a key for us to give our employees a wage adjustment. Ko na otsa, huna do ni. Ashe peson to dot after the no. Ko shinanda. Do we have a gauge? Last year we had when they lot peso at a certain percentage. Although we decided on that percentage, I don't know if we have that formula. So 1% though, 1.5%, though 0.5%. That's it. Do we have that, Chair? That's my question.
Oh, that's what we're looking at, Shinata, Vice Chair Smith. There are 3 options that are being presented to the committee right now by Office of the Controller. Robert Woodley emailed us the table, and that's what we're looking at right now.
Well, it sounds like
you get that email?
You got that.
Did you get that? Christina, there's a for recap, Vice Chair Smith. There's a proposed option 1, which is 2%, and total cost, if the committee decides to go that route, would be $2.5 million, be $2,562,237 to be exact. On option 1, at 2%, gross general wage adjustment for the employees. Option 2 is 2.5%. Total cost. This is including the fringe. Is $3,208,337 upfront. Then the option 3 is 3%, including the fringe benefit. It comes out to $3,846,992. If that helps, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henry. I was just looking at it going along. Biga.
Okay, Shane. Committee members, any other questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate the discussion. In terms of Exhibit B, Chairman, do you need this committee to select an option so that Legislative Council can add it to the comprehensive budget draft? Is that what you're asking from the committee?
Yes. Yes, while we are on this subject, and that way Kristen can have an idea of what the committee feels on the general rates assessment.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing that our current employees have, I don't think we're offering a living wage on the type of cost that's here on Navajo Nation. I think in terms of the personal lapse fund, if we could start the conversation, I'm okay with the 3%, but I'm open to any suggestions or accommodations by the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Augustina. Yeah, and thank you for your comment. Any other comments, committee members? Okay, with that, I believe there.
Are we going?
Joe, you here?
Halita da nilat ora nil. Shed 3.0 din aro Shumayas 3.0 day I'm open aro good accommodation however we can go with it and just like Nana too and Zundo listen. Or Pasuta go with ever. Badshi big hoises Ozuta nil on Clay Hadolis. I want to kid, Jonathan.
Agushina. I'll start with Delegate Yellow hair.
Yeah, okay. I'll say 3.0. I'll go with 3.0.
3.0, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Augustina. Vice Chair Smith.
This is Chair Case for 3.0.
Augustina Adosh, Delegate Amber Cotty.
Chairman Henyo is hearing no objections. I agree with 3%. Thank you.
Augustina Ada, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Chair Henry, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I would say that, like I said, the auto RC never got jailed. So this government, they're supposed to be really implementing services, goods and services to the people during this pandemic. Okay, why do you have to give them a salary increase adjustment? So I would say that it could be at least 1%. Where we can get this money again? What is the projection of next year? ADU bonds just case that's really my comment.
Christina, again, Delegate Elmer Begay. When it comes to me as chair, I stated my comments earlier is that listening to all the programs that they come before us and the problems they're having with finding funding their personnel and how we made it hard for them because of the GWA we gave last year.
Yeah.
I was kind of hearing that that's what I was hearing at the time, listening to all the comments. And so that was 2%, I believe we did last year. And if we put the programs in that position, because now I'm hearing the consensus, overall consensus from 3 committee members, they are looking at 3%. And so therefore, from my point of view, not to put any more pressure on the committee, on the programs, because of how they were having issues trying to put money into their allocation, I would elect this year to look at a much lower percentage than 3%. Because what will happen is next year, with the allocations are the same or a lot less, then what would happen is they would have to put more money into their personnel and less into direct services. That's what I'm kind of not wanting to avoid. So for my take on this, I would see maybe something less than 2%, but 2%, if I have to choose from the 3, I would have to go with 2%, the lowest, so we don't have to put any more hardship on our program managers. So that's how it is going, Shinada. Shinada Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yes, Delegate Brown here.
Okay. Do you have the email from Robert Willie available for your?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What we're discussing is a general wage adjustment, and as far as the 3 options that were presented to Budget and Finance Committee, therefore, if we can come to a consensus on one area, then our principal attorney will have an idea of which option to put into the legislation. So, so far, there are 3 committee members looking at 3%. But this will give the attorney a roadmap to follow, and when she's developing the legislation, and then we can take a look at it again before we actually adopt the legislation. So, Delegate Brown, which option do you prefer?
I'll stand with the committee at 3%. I just one other question. Last FY, did we also do 3%, Chair?
Last year?
Oh,
So, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you still there?
yes, I'm here.
So,
can you hear me, Chair?
3%?
I was wondering what last FY was. Was it also 2 or 3%? But I do stand with the rest of Budget and Finance Committee at 3% for this coming FY21.
Good, Shina. Yeah, hello. I can barely hear you breaking up. I assume that you're driving, so we'll move forward. Kristen, are you there?
I'm here, Chair.
Okay.
Chair?
You've heard the consensus of the 4 committee members, and they are looking at 3% for the general wage adjustment. And so if you would use that as your template for the general wage adjustment and on that part of the legislation.
Yes, Chair.
Kushina. Moving on to the personnel lapse fund. Committee members, any questions or comments regarding the personnel lapse fund?
Yes, this is Delegate Yell here, Chair. I'd like to make directive. Personal lapse funds should not be used for bonuses. Personal lapse funds should not be used for bonus pay to employ. They get paid a lot. That's my concern. They get more pay than what these options in 1 for 3.0, 0.5, 2.0. This personal lapse fund should not be used for bonus pay. It don't have directive for this Budget and Finance Committee. Never done this before, but this is my first time to direct something like this. Really, Navajo Nation, Navigate Committee, and Councilman. Okay, one second, I'll turn back to you and go back and mute now.
You were breaking up here and there.
Something wrong with the phone. Hello?
Your connection either. It keeps on breaking up.
Okay. Let me turn off my phone, okay? You can't question the other one besides me again. Let me turn it off and then turn it back on. Thank you, Chair.
Committee members, any questions on the comments on the personal lapse fund amount, the amount that's being presented to us?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead. Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair Henio. If I could get some guidance, is this a time where if we have unmet needs, like from the senior center personnel, is this the time to ask the committee to address the unmet need, or is this the time where we need to cover the chapter officials' stipend, or is that through carryover? If I could get some guidance, thank you, Chair.
Okay, I just wanted to see if anybody had any questions on the amount. If there are no questions, then we can move to the carryovers, the carryover report that I believe Kristen Lowell has been developing, and I believe she has emailed us some information regarding that. And then from there, what we can do is go to the unmet needs from each list, from the list that we have. And then based on that, then we can go back to the amount, because right now we are already deducting $3.8 million from this $13,083,541. $3.8 million is already spoken for from the option 3 that we all had a consensus on. So that leaves us with a total of less than $9 million for any unmet needs or any projects that we are looking at. So if we can move forward to the carryover, Kristen.
Sir?
Go ahead.
You wanted me to, do you want me to
I don't know how you want to approach this. I sent it.
I think it's just my phone, but every time everybody comes on, they start breaking up on their commentary. So,
Chairman Henio, it might be your line. I'm hearing them clear. Thank you.
okay, I think it's just my phone. Let me log out and log back on real quick here.
Okay, Chair.
Okay. Kristen, if you would repeat what you were saying, maybe it might be a little bit different on my phone right now.
Okay, sure. I'll do it this way. So Mr. Willie, got it. Okay. Mr. Willie prepared the personnel lapse projection memo with a total of $13,083,541. And as I understand it, that calculation includes money from the Division of Natural Resources. And hang on one sec, Mariana, what's the personnel amount? Is it the, can you guys, okay, what's the personnel amount in here? Is that this? Looks like I misstated. I gave you the total as opposed to the personnel amount, which looks like it is $74,190.67. So the committee approved that as a carryover, and it's also in the $13 million figure presented by Mr. Willie in his memo, or sorry, it's the controller's memo, personnel lapse projection. There.
So, Kristen, are you there?
Yes, Chair. I'm here. Chair?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Okay. Again, my phone's the same way. I can hear bits and pieces of what you're saying, but you mentioned that when Robert Willie sent out an email, he stated that there was a concern regarding the oversights, which allowed carryovers from their programs, but it has already been absorbed through this personnel lapse fund projection that we have in front of us right now. So
That's correct.
based on the carryover requests for each of the oversight committees, there was a report that needs to be generated. Has that been generated?
I have sent out my document. It has a couple things on it that Ms. Nachweis did not have, but my... Oh, you mean a dollar? Oh, you're not talking about my document. You're talking about a report from OMB, right, Chair?
Okay.
Do you want me to repeat what I said?
It's really hard for me to hear because it keeps breaking up.
Okay, I'll start. Okay, I guess I need like a longer introduction so the phone clears up a little bit. It's only in this issue that I'm describing is only in one particular business unit. It's only in DNR, and it's Navajo Nation Energy Office. That was the only one that specifically itemized out personnel funds. And I don't have any other information on the other amounts presented by DNR other than Department of Resource Enforcement just reads $270,000 or remaining balance. And then the other business units of DNR just read remaining balance. So it's only that Navajo Nation Energy Office where the total dollar amount was calculated down to 93 cents, and it was broken out by personnel and operating. Chair.
Okay, with that, committee members, any questions or comments? Committee members? Committee members, I can barely hear anybody else. Maybe the phone lines are getting tired or something.
Chair, do you want to recess until tomorrow?
I believe we could do that because there's no special session. We could take care of this before up to noon. Because I can barely hear anybody right now. It's keep breaking up in bits and pieces.
Sir, I could make that motion if committee members agree.
What about letting the vice chair run the rest of this discussion? I think we're just almost done.
I think I'll make a motion. We're going to recess.
Was there a motion to recess?
Delegate Bouquet, motion for recess.
Delegate Elmer P. McKay, motion to recess. I think that's what I'm hearing. So tomorrow, 9 o'clock, is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, 9 o'clock, yeah.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Delegate Crotty will second. Thank you.
Okay, second by Delegate Amber Crotty. Committee members, questions or comments?
Chairman Henrio, this is Delegate Nez.
sorry. I thought it was Chairman.
Delegate Nez. Can you hear me?
Is Chairman in?
Yes, I just want to say thank you. I've been on the line the whole time too, so thank you very much. At Corona.
Oh, no. Chairman Nez, I think I heard thank you, and Chad Lashnata for being online. Recess in a second. Is there a Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair? How do you vote?
I vote green.
Votes green. Vice Chair Smith?
Green.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith votes green. Delegate Amber Cuddy?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Carty will vote green. Thank you, Chairman.
Delegate Amber Cuddy votes green. Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown? Delegate Elmer P. Begay? Okay, Delegate Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer P. Begay?
I vote green. Yeah, this is Delegate Brown. I vote red.
We have,
Thank you.
Delegate Brown, did you vote green or red?
Red. Red.
Red. Okay, I'm sorry. Red. So we have 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting. We are hereby recessed till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Peggy, if you would follow this up with a letter to Speaker Damon on this meeting request again. Again, thank you, Chantal, for a full day of discussion. And also all of our presenters and Chantal delegates that were on the line. Thank you for being with us. Kristen, thank you so much for helping us out, guiding us along too. And tomorrow morning, we'll start at 9 o'clock, OMB, Mr. Bial and your staff, and also Office of the Controller will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.